morning to everyone. Last Friday, we sat here and had the presentation of revenue and expenditure for the period 2025, presented by the Minister for Finance, the Honorable Dennis Cornwall. And today we will have the budget presentations from other members of Parliament, beginning with the Leader of His Majesty Opposition. I now invite the Honorable Leader of His Majesty Opposition to make her contribution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a profound sense of duty and responsibility to deliver my maiden response to the 2025 estimates of revenue and expenditure in my capacity as Leader of His Majesty's Opposition. Mr. Speaker, I do not just see this as an opportunity to analyze figures presented by the government, but I see this as an opportunity to advocate on behalf of the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. Mr. Speaker, although I reserve my acknowledgements for the end of my presentation, it would be remiss of me not to thank God for His grace and His mercies that have kept me. Mr. Speaker, I stand here today drawing strength from the words of the psalmist David in Psalms 121 when he said, and I quote, "I will lift mine eyes to the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which make heaven and earth. The Lord shall preserve my going out and my coming in, from this time forth and even forevermore." Indeed, Mr. Speaker, it is with this faith in God that I embrace this opportunity entrusted me to serve as Leader of His Majesty's Opposition. I am also grateful, Mr. Speaker, to the Father of this House, Dr. the Right Honorable Keith Mitchell, who has dedicated 40 years of distinguished service within the parliamentary walls, demonstrating, Mr. Speaker, an unwavering commitment to the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. To my esteemed colleagues, the members from St. Mark and St. Andrew Northeast, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for the confidence you have placed in me and for your unwavering support on this journey. Your dedicated service and selflessness are sources of motivation for countless women and girls across Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique, and I say across the world. As we conclude and as the world conclude the celebration of International Women's Day, I emphasize the impact that they have on the world. Because you see, Mr. Speaker, under the new National Party's administration, Grenada gained international recognition, ranking as high as 6th in the world for women's representation in Parliament. Mr. Speaker, this is an achievement that is unmatched in the region, except for Cuba, which ranked 2nd. Amen. Mr. Speaker, after the 2022 general elections, Grenada fell to 64th in the world. I therefore called, Mr. Speaker, this morning for renewed efforts to advance gender equality and to strengthen women's participation in political representation in this country. Mr. Speaker, as we turn our attention to the 2025 budget that is before us today, I dare say it is a troubling picture. So, Speaker, never mind the nice words and all that has been said in the presentation last Friday. This budget is a narrative that has been woven with threads of incompetence, mismanagement, and self-interest. Mr. Speaker, this budget, which raises significant concerns about the stewardship of this country, must be dissected properly. Mr. Speaker, the mere fact that we are debating the 2025 budget almost at the end of the first quarter in 2025 is in itself a reflection of that incompetence that I spoke about. Mr. Speaker, I therefore want to register our very strong opposition to this government's unjustifiable delay in presenting this national budget, which should have been before this House, traditionally December of 2024. Mr. Speaker, this is not a political issue. It is a matter of governance. It is a matter of efficiency. It's a matter of national stability. Mr. Speaker, the impact of Hurricane Beryl in 2024 was cited as the main reason for the delay in presenting this budget. Poor Beryl. Poor Beryl. Mr. Speaker, let us remember that the destruction of Hurricane Beryl, as the minister himself said, amounted to 16.5% of GDP, the damage done. We were fortunate, Mr. Speaker, that all of our major ports and government institutions remain intact. Right. Furthermore, the government was not reliant on external aid to initiate recovery efforts. Let us remember, Mr. Speaker, 14 days, only 14 days after the passage of the Hurricane Beryl, Mr. Speaker, this government received a payout of $118 million from the CRIF Fund to start the recovery efforts. Mr. Speaker, might I remind us, a facility initiated by the new National Party administration. But, Mr. Speaker, on the subject of the CRIF payout, can you believe that after collecting $118 million, the Minister for Finance, Mr. Speaker, had the audacity to attack the previous government, falsely claiming that we decided to discontinue that facility. Mr. Speaker, instead of fabricating accusations, shouldn't the government be acknowledging the fact that they directly benefited from the very decisions that they now seek to discredit? Mr. Speaker, the $118 million they received after the passage of this hurricane would not have been possible had it not been for the vision, Mr. Speaker, and the actions of the new National Party administration. Mr. Speaker, every time this government speaks about CRIF, they should be saying, thank you, NNP. Mr. Speaker, as my grandmother would have said, ungratefulness is worse than obeah. Mr. Speaker, how can we even begin to compare Hurricane Beryl's destruction and recovery with that of Hurricane Ivan? Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Finance, and I excuse him, he lived out of Grenada during the passage of Hurricane Ivan. Obviously, he would have missed the fact that Grenada sustained damages not 16.5% of GDP, 200%, Mr. Speaker. It is therefore lawless or almost almost lawless, in my opinion, to compare 16.5% with 200%. Mr. Speaker, let us just get serious for a moment. Mr. Speaker, given the immense scale of damages caused by Hurricane Ivan, the delay in presenting the budget was absolutely justified. The government had to secure international aid to start the recovery process. We had to reassess national priorities and finalize the national budget. There was no $118 million payout 14 days after. Mr. Speaker, in fact, there was no CRIF at that time. Mr. Speaker, the Treasury was not pregnant at that time either. Mr. Speaker, and we did not have a CBI program, so we did not have $1 billion in CBI revenue. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I remain uncomfortable, and it remains unacceptable, the lame reason that has been advanced for the late delayed presentation of the 2025 budget. Mr. Speaker, even with the extent of the damages of Ivan, the NNP administration, in a shorter time, was able to bring a budget to this House. But notwithstanding this today, Mr. Speaker, as we closely examine the allocations and priorities outlined in this budget, we must confront the harsh reality of missed opportunities, squandered potentials, overshadowed and narrowed interests. Mr. Speaker, the figures presented do not just merely represent cold numbers. They embody decisions that affect every aspect of our lives, from education and healthcare to infrastructure and economic sustainability. It is our duty, Mr. Speaker, to scrutinize these decisions rigorously and to illuminate the instances where short-sightedness and personal interests have prevailed over the common good and the common man. Mr. Speaker, the tale of the numbers within the estimates of revenue and expenditure starkly contrasts the very theme of a Grenada that is rising through prioritized investments in economic growth, youth development, and healthcare as advanced by this government. Economic governance. Mr. Speaker, this budget is being introduced at a pivotal moment when we are most confronted, and we must confront, Mr. Speaker, the unyielding realities of our global landscape. We just have to turn on our televisions and understand what faces us. Mr. Speaker, the International Monetary Fund World Economic Outlook for 2025 anticipates a troubling contraction in global growth of 3.3%, which falls below the 20-year average of 3.7%. Mr. Speaker, you would not have heard this on Friday, but in Grenada, we have witnessed a sharp decline in our growth rate since this government took office, dropping from 6.4% in 2022 to a projected 3.9% in 2025, according to the IMF. You know, we quote the IMF conveniently. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, the current posture of the United States regarding trade, investment, and migration poses a significant threat to our revenue from the CBI program. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, it threatens to further escalate the cost of living for citizens of this country. Mr. Speaker, this very alarming situation demands bold, expansionary fiscal policies and strategies that would effectively channel funds into sectors essential for invigorating economic activities in Grenada. In other words, Mr. Speaker, we must heavily rely on capital projects, not recurrent expenses, capital projects. What was presented on Friday, Mr. Speaker, definitely, absolutely cannot achieve this. Mr. Speaker, this government, upon taking the reins of power in 2022, inherited a pregnant treasury, boasting of over 500 million in reserves and a primary balance surplus of 84.5 million, or 3.6% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, over the past 2.5 years, this administration has proudly proclaimed revenues from passport sales exceeding $1 billion, achieving, gloatingly, the highest passport revenue in any 2 years in Grenada's history. Mr. Speaker, the amount generated in CBI and CBI revenues over this period, guess what, is more than what was generated in the lifetime of this program. Yet, Mr. Speaker, until now, almost 3 years after, not one single new investment project to show for the over $1 billion generated from CBI. Mr. Speaker, one would naturally assume that given the very solid fiscal foundation that this government inherited and the substantial revenue, the revenues derived from the sale of passports, financial constraints should not be an issue right now. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, you would expect that the capital investments that are required for this period to achieve the very objective of this budget can be done without any financial or fiscal challenges. Mr. Speaker, I'm getting to a very uncomfortable feeling that by the very action of this administration, we are being forced back to a position and a point in our previous history, Mr. Speaker, the previous NDC administration, when they were selling Grenadian assets to finance recurrent expenditure and to pay salaries. Now, Mr. Speaker, let us scrutinize. You see, it's not just about what the minister said, because you see, there's something that's more important than what he just said. It is what is in the budget document, Mr. Speaker. And it's not even just what's in the budget document, Mr. Speaker, it's the behavior of the administration, the posture of the administration. Put that together with the figures and what was presented, and you get the true picture. Don't just listen to what he said. So let us scrutinize the estimate of revenue and expenditure to assess the harsh economic reality we currently face as a nation. Mr. Speaker, the government projects total revenue of approximately $1.265 billion against a staggering total expenditure of $1.602 billion, resulting, Mr. Speaker, in a deficit of $337 million. Mr. Speaker, where are we heading with this deficit, Mr. Speaker? We have moved from previous surpluses to a daunting deficit of $337 million. And it really doesn't matter, Mr. Speaker, how the PR representatives of this government explains a deficit. A deficit is what it is, a deficit. Mr. Speaker, this deficit, and he didn't say that either, this deficit does not include debt, which, if it is added, Mr. Speaker, will take us to over $776 million. He never said that. So who's paying the debt? Who's paying the interest on the debt, Mr. Speaker? As a matter of fact, you know, we spoke about suspending debt payments. Well, Mr. Speaker, you see there are children here and they need to understand. Suspending debt payments don't mean that all our debts are suspended. This is why, Mr. Speaker, if you check the document, the said government made allocation for payment of debt in 2026. So, Mr. Speaker, I am therefore not surprised that the government has brought a loan appropriation bill before this House, not for 50 million, if you want to be, you know, nice and say, well, after you take off what the minister said, they can draw down, and you're left with a 50 million deficit still. Mr. Speaker, they brought an appropriation bill before this House for $825 million. So, Mr. Speaker, it's either you have, let me rephrase that. Mr. Speaker, you have to be not serious. I don't want to say you might have a mental problem. You have to be not serious to know your situation and come here with a loan appropriation bill for $50 million. It is because you know your situation that you came with a loan appropriation bill for $825 million. Mr. Speaker, this situation is therefore unsustainable. Mr. Speaker, spending above your means is a dangerous place to be. We don't need no economists to tell us that. Mr. Speaker, the drone shows. That is why I say it's not just the numbers. You have to add the behavior to the numbers. So, Mr. Speaker, the drone shows, the fireworks, the galas, the traveling with large delegation continues to the extent, Mr. Speaker, that this government is budgeting almost 100% more for international travels in 2025 than in 2024. Mr. Speaker, this tells me that there is a lack of awareness of the seriousness of this situation and the situation facing this country. But maybe it can be an indication that the government just don't care. It has to be either an unawareness or a just don't care attitude of this government. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I say, God help us. Mr. Speaker, I believe the Minister for Finance attempted to mislead the general public to believe that the government is financially capable of funding the budget from government deposits and that a loan is not necessary. Mr. Speaker, permit me. You know, Mr. Speaker, if everything was so hunky-dory, we have enough money, then why are we coming with a loan appropriation bill for that amount? And Mr. Speaker, why did we leave out the 700 million plus and did make no reference, Mr. Speaker, to that figure? It says, the loan appropriation bill, and I quote, an act to authorize the Minister of Finance. So that's what we did in this House. We authorize him, we give him permission to borrow from various sources the amount of $825 million. And listen what the bill before this House says. It didn't say for if needed. It says to finance the 2025 budget and the new hospital project. So it means somebody would have calculated, Mr. Speaker, what is needed, what is necessary to come to this conclusion. Because as I said, it could have been 50 million. It could have been 10 million. It could have been 100 million. 825 million. Mr. Speaker, this loan represents 51.5% of total expenditure. It means that over half, Mr. Speaker, of our budgeted expenses, including day-to-day operational costs, could be financed through loans. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Finance may be reluctant to tell us but it is akin to taking out a loan to pay your utility bills, your water bills at home. The Hansard would therefore record this as the largest loan appropriation bill in Grenada's history. Mr. Speaker, when the new National Party administration exited office in 2022, the national debt stood at $2.1 billion. Since then, Mr. Speaker, between 2023 and 2024 alone, the government has already incurred an additional $132.2 million in debt. With this current trajectory, Mr. Speaker, less than 3 years, this government could, with a single stroke of a pen, drive our national debt to approximately $3 billion, a staggering 43% increase in just about half of a single term in government. Mr. Speaker, this raises profound concern about the future of our economy. It raises concern, Mr. Speaker, about future economic stability of our country. So, Mr. Speaker, the government is seeking an approval to borrow $825 million, more than half of our total budgeted expenses, reflect a staggering lack of fiscal responsibility, to put simply. This is not just borrowing, Mr. Speaker. It is an invitation to financial instability that will burden citizens for generations to come. These children here, Mr. Speaker, would have to bear the brunt. Some may argue, Mr. Speaker, that debt is not necessary, or debt is necessary for investment. We've heard them. It is necessary for investment in vital capital projects, and that affordability should guide our decision. Absolutely. I acknowledge this perspective, Mr. Speaker, as it supports my suggestion of an expansionary policy stance at this time. We need that. However, in this instance, Mr. Speaker, the funds are not being earmarked for just capital projects. They are also being directed towards financing the operation of the state. Particularly, Mr. Speaker, they would be used in areas of outsourcing of services for advisors, security services, travel expenses, and the like, despite, unfortunately, an inherited surplus of millions. Mr. Speaker, in what appears to be another glaring attempt to mislead the nation, the budget has an increased expenditure of $281.6 million, with only a mere $76.9 million, or 27%, being allocated for capital projects, while $207.5 million, or 73%, is associated with increase in recurrent expenditure. Mr. Speaker, this glaring imbalance exposes a fundamental misallocation of resources. It clearly illustrates, Mr. Speaker, the mismanagement and incompetence that defines this administration's approach to fiscal governance. But it also explains their posture and behavior. Mr. Speaker, the funds that should be earmarked for critical capital projects, these investments, Mr. Speaker, those investments which are essential for a nation's growth and development, are indeed, and instead of that, Mr. Speaker, they are squandered and will be used for financing day-to-day operations of the state. The government is yet to demonstrate, Mr. Speaker, to this nation, from the numbers, not from the fancy speech that we heard on Friday, from the numbers, that this budget is a so-called prioritization of economic growth and job creation. Mr. Speaker, there can be no serious economic growth and job creation when more will be spent on recurrent expenditure. That's just a fact. you find it strange, Mr. Speaker, that the budget presentation failed to list any new projects for 2025, if ever, maybe one, or to announce how many new jobs, Mr. Speaker, will be created? Mr. Speaker, outside of this administration, I don't remember listening to a budget that doesn't speak about job creation and how many jobs would be created. The government cannot be serious about economic growth and job creation. Mr. Speaker, in just a short time in office, this administration has burdened future generation with an inflation of bureaucracy filled with high-paying jobs for the elites, while essential services such as education, healthcare, and public infrastructure remain woefully neglected. This is not merely a failure of budgeting. This is a failure of leadership, Mr. Speaker. By neglecting the fundamental investments that drives progress, this government is ensuring that future generation would inherit not just a mountain of debt, but also a diminished economic landscape stifled by bureaucratic excess that prioritize the few over many. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, we will have limited fiscal flexibility to respond to any major economic shock. Mr. Speaker, to evaluate the government's specific priorities, we must look closer at the expenditure drivers and the extent to which social issues have been prioritized for spending in this budget. To this end, I therefore turn my attention to health care. Mr. Speaker, health care is not just a basic human right. It is the foundation of a resilient nation. I'm sure you've heard that before. Yet, Mr. Speaker, our healthcare system remains in crisis. After almost 3 years, Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Health admitted publicly that healthcare has not improved under this administration. Mr. Speaker, government admitted that nothing has improved since the last election. Mr. Speaker, Grenadians everywhere are agreeing that health care has gotten worse under this administration. What has happened, Mr. Speaker, to the transformation agenda that was supposed to be rolled out immediately from January 2023? Mr. Speaker, while the Prime Minister projects his plan for Grenada as the health capital of the Caribbean, Mr. Speaker, let me say this. This vision is definitely not manifested in the government's action. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, in this budget, 2024, $122.89 million was allocated for healthcare, this important sector. Mr. Speaker, $24 million remain unspent. Interestingly, Mr. Speaker, the areas where allocations remain unspent were critical to the people, Mr. Speaker, namely medical supplies and materials, medical equipment, community health services, and funds for upgrading and refurbishing health facilities. Mr. Speaker, could you believe that the government has underspent in those areas? Meanwhile, Mr. Speaker, our people are left to suffer. Medication is unaffordable, and essential supplies are no longer available at many government facilities, while $24 million allocated remain unspent. Mr. Speaker, the reverse holds true for the jet-setting Prime Minister's ministry. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's ministry overspent, not by 50,000, not by 100,000, by $2.1 million for international travel, hosting, and entertainment, far exceeding what was budgeted. Mr. Speaker, I question, is this a lack of prioritization? Is it incompetency? Is it mismanagement, Mr. Speaker? What is this? Over $2 million overspent on international travel, hosting, and entertainment. Mr. Speaker, while ministers of government and their political appointees travel the globe in first class, exceeding budgetary allocations, Mr. Speaker, the family of 2-year-old Kelvin, who has been lying in the hospital for almost 2 months, waiting for his family to raise the funds to take him overseas for medical attention. Don't choke. Where is the empathy for this child? Where is the empathy for Grenadians? Mr. Speaker, where is the government's intervention? The rising cost of medication only deepens the problem, with many unable to afford necessary quantities of medication, forcing them against doctors' orders to adjust their schedule just to make do. Over $2 million over the budget. One ministry, Mr. Speaker, international travel, hosting, and entertainment. Mr. Speaker, this is more reason why we need national health insurance. After almost 3 years, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, NHI is geared at making healthcare more affordable and accessible to people. The fact that we are engaging in an elusive statutorization process, where healthcare services are likely to be more costly and less accessible to our people, it is a major concern. Particularly, Mr. Speaker, for those among us who are less fortunate. Mr. Speaker, with the NHI contract terminated, we need a clear roadmap for this necessary facility. The Minister for Finance said almost nothing except to tell us that it's cancelled. The contract has been cancelled. Mr. Speaker, under the NNP administration, significant work was facilitated by the contractor, the Ministry of Health, and other organizations such as the University of the West Indies. And so, Mr. Speaker, the NDC inherited, if nothing else, an excellent platform that it could have moved speedily on towards the implementation of NHI. I hear what? But, Mr. Speaker, even if you inherited nothing, 3 years must have been enough time to begin and implement NHI in Grenada. You said you know how to do it and you come to do it. Get it done. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, we are not far from where we were almost 3 years ago. So today we have more questions than answers about this. Is there a new contractor? Was the contract signed? When will NHI be out of the pipeline? These are questions, Mr. Speaker, that we have. Mr. Speaker, how can we expect any real improvement in healthcare when the capital allocation in 2025 in this budget increased by $36 million? Great. but $31.5 million is allocated to the construction of a new hospital. You know, people clap, they clap that. The statutorization and transition projects in healthcare are all fitted in under this $31.5 million. Mr. Speaker, these monies are likely, in case we don't know, are likely to be used in soft cost for consultants and professional associates of the current administration. While at the same time, Mr. Speaker, the 2025 budget for medical supplies, listen to this, the budget for medical supplies, including medication, to be used in the hospital, cut by $10 million. How can we be serious, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, the government has refused to add not one medical item under the list of VAT exemption. One just has to check the consumer price index. Look at it. The cost of medication and food has been increasing consistently. I guess it is easier, Mr. Speaker, to increase the budget for international travel and large delegations than it is to add a medical item, amlodipine maybe, to the list of VAT exemption. Mr. Speaker, the notion that we are building a new hospital, the notion, Mr. Speaker, that a building would fix our health care problem highlight the cosmetic and superficial thinking of this very administration. Mr. Speaker, healthcare isn't about new buildings. It is about improved services, better staffing, consistent access to medication, improving affordability and accessibility. You could do that anywhere. We need a strengthened primary health care service now. That is what we need right now. Improved existing medical stations and enhanced preventative health care services. That is what we need urgently. What will the construction of a new hospital mean for the average Grenadian in 2025? I wish somebody can answer that. What would it mean this year? People would die this year. What would it mean this year? Mr. Speaker, we're not talking, Mr. Speaker, proper health care cannot wait on a new hospital. A new hospital that we don't know when construction would even start. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Finance gave us a hint. That's what we got on Friday, a hint that we should expect a groundbreaking ceremony to happen sometime in June 2026. And if we judge by the current rate at which projects are moving in the pipeline, then we can guess accurately, Mr. Speaker, that construction will not happen under the current administration. Mr. Speaker, he gave no date for the start, no date for the completion of this new hospital. Only 3D drawings, only videos. AI. Only the date for the groundbreaking ceremony was afforded us in this house on Friday. Mr. Speaker, it is difficult, and I empathize with people who cannot buy medication, who cannot pay for a doctor's visit, who are wishing that they would have had the NHI available. Mr. Speaker, it is difficult for someone to look forward to the groundbreaking in 2026 when they might have been waiting on a date for a surgery for 1 year now. What does the groundbreaking in 2026 mean to them now? Mr. Speaker, it is very difficult Mr. Speaker, for someone to look forward to the groundbreaking ceremony for the new hospital in 2026 when they cannot get basic medication now in the government pharmacy. Mr. Speaker, 2026, this is great. If you ask me, do I support a new hospital? Yes, I do. But, Mr. Speaker, 2026 is when this new hospital is expected to have groundbreaking. I am more concerned about the people I represent from Cafe and Croshu, Telescope, Maki, who cannot purchase, Mr. Speaker, medication now and get an appointment in the hospital right now. I'm concerned about now to 2026. Let's talk about that a little more. Mr. Speaker, these persons cannot be excited about the groundbreaking in 2026 when they cannot afford to buy a month's supply of high blood pressure medication or baby aspirin for their health condition. It is a great idea. Let us get it done. But priority number one must be to fix the current system, Mr. Speaker. After promising all contract workers permanent employment after 12 months of assuming office, Mr. Speaker, to date, staffing remains a major issue in the health sector. In 2023, Mr. Speaker, the government's approach was to give all nurses a monthly taxed honorarium, quite different to what they did for themselves. While this will continue in 2025, we notice a $7.1 million cut in compensation for healthcare workers. Mr. Speaker, who are these healthcare workers that would be affected? Mr. Speaker, we must address healthcare workers' retention and morale before we continue to gallivant about the hospital that groundbreaking will take place in 2026. All these need to be urgently addressed, Mr. Speaker, before we celebrate the groundbreaking. Mr. Speaker, will this be, and I'm wondering, will this be another election gimmick based on utterances from members of the inner circle? This was an election promise to be completed in this term. And from the pronouncements made on Friday, Mr. Speaker, I consider this yet another broken promise of this administration. Mr. Speaker, this government promised to transform healthcare. After 3 years, we should be at a turning point, an opportunity to fix the systemic issues plaguing healthcare. Yet this budget fails to adequately invest in the areas that would enable our healthcare system to function effectively. We're cutting where there's a necessity. Mr. Speaker, although the government has admitted that healthcare is not better today than it was in 2022, I suspect, Mr. Speaker, I suspect the rebuttal today will be the great mantra. NNP has been there for 23 years. That's the way leaders respond when they fail to deliver. If this government was performing, they would not even mention the New National Party. But it's the escape route that leaders use when they fail to deliver. They find a scapegoat, NNP, burial, anything, anyone, blame somebody. Mr. Speaker, listen carefully over the coming days and prove me wrong. Mr. Speaker, we cannot afford to ignore the reality that our healthcare sector is in crisis. It's worse than it was in 2022. And that almost 3 years is enough time to show some turnaround in this sector. We are being reasonable. Almost 3 years, you cannot be saying it is worse. There is a need, Mr. Speaker, therefore, for urgent action, and this budget must move beyond rhetorics and deliver real solution to the challenges that we face in healthcare. That's what you promise. Invest where it matters. Prioritize your spending. Settle down. Reduce race. Reduce travels. And deliver with empathy for the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Peter Martinique. Mr. Speaker, we are yet to see the prioritization of youth development beyond the cheap rhetoric. Youth development, where are the opportunities? Mr. Speaker, our young people are not short on ambition, talent, and drive. What they lack are real opportunities. When we examine the youth development program in this budget, Mr. Speaker, what I see is a lack of significant programs beyond what was inherited from the NNP administration to truly uplift and empower our young people. You see, you came to make things better. You came to fix what NNP couldn't fix. You came to swing a magic wand to get things through the pipeline. Mr. Speaker, this government is touted as a youthful government. You would think youth would stand for youth. Yet this budget does not reflect the reality that young people face on a daily basis. Where are the bold, transformative initiatives that will genuinely equip young people with the skills and the support that they need to thrive? The Imani program, Mr. Speaker, that was chastised for years by this administration. A cut of $8 million recorded in this budget. $8 million. After 3 years, Mr. Speaker, almost 3 years, not a single new person was added to this program. Almost 3 years later, Mr. Speaker, no new program, no serious restructuring of that inherited program. What is this saying? Mr. Speaker, what has happened? The promise made to Imanis, we will make you permanent as soon as we get into office. Mr. Speaker, that is what we are interested in. Instead, Mr. Speaker, many of them were sent home, and now an $8 million cut in this program. Under the new National Party administration, there was a clear pathway and a policy position as it relates to permanent employment of Imani trainees. Mr. Speaker, while the government congratulates itself on the 2 new initiatives, Elevator and Enterprise-Based Training Program, Mr. Speaker, note that the budgeted amount is $2 million and $1 million respectively. They fail to acknowledge that these programs, funded under the GIP program, an NNP initiative, Mr. Speaker, only accounting for $3 million. While at the same time, you're introducing 3, but you're butchering $8 million off of one program that you inherited. Are we really serious, Mr. Speaker? What is the investment? Mr. Speaker, we have thousands of young Grenadians who are unemployed, underemployed, disillusioned. What about those at risk? Those in rural areas, those struggling with poverty, and those left behind by a system that is supposed to support them. Mr. Speaker, the government's antics in 2025 are not surprising. Data from the programs for youth development in 2024, as presented, highlights, Mr. Speaker, serious incompetence. Less than 50% of the Empower program fund in 2024 was spent. How can we claim to care about at-risk young men when the very program meant to uplift them remain underfunded and underutilized in 2024? What justification can be given for failing to invest in in our youth, while millions are spent in traveling internationally, hosting parties, entertainment, Mr. Speaker. No justification. As a matter of fact, that budget, Mr. Speaker, I referenced there, $3 million, is not very far down the road from the added $2 million spent by the Prime Minister's office in overseas travel, hosting and entertainment. We cannot be serious, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members of this administration attacked the Empower program. They promised a better program. Today, the same NNP program was relaunched, even the same name. No major changes were made after the program was suspended for a long time. That was the most noticeable thing, the long suspension of this program. So many young men who were expecting a so-called transformational project are left disappointed, and I say today, less progress is being made in this program than was made in 2022. Beyond employment programs, where is the focus on education, mentorship, and rehabilitation? We have students dropping out due to lack of support, rising gambling and disruptive behaviors in institutions, and young people disengaged from education and training. The lack of foresight in policy implementation has created major barriers rather than opportunities. If we are serious, Mr. Speaker, about building a resilient Grenada, as the theme suggests, we must be serious, more serious, far more serious about investing in our young people. Not just words, but with meaningful actions. Put your money where your mouth is. You can't be adding 3 and cutting out 8. Something is wrong with that. Where's your math? Mr. Speaker, these young people deserve better. They deserve the promises that were made. Get rid of NNP. We're coming to make life better. In the stroke of a pen, with the stroke of a pen, within 12 months. They deserve a government that recognizes their struggles and is willing to act. Mr. Speaker, education. Education is the backdrop and the bedrock upon which any resilient nation is built. Yet our education sector faces systemic challenges that have only worsened. Education is not just an expense, it is an investment in human capital, economic growth, and social development. That is why, Mr. Speaker, in the last budget, I appeal to the government to review the free tuition for all. Mr. Speaker, the free tuition for all policy, and consider, this was my advice, it was me to advise. I said, consider providing assistance for transportation and other necessities so that students who need additional support could truly benefit from the free tuition for all policy. I wasn't condemning the free tuition for all. I said, let us provide more support so that people can take more advantage of this program, greater advantage. Mr. Speaker, when the NNP administration implemented a free tuition for needy students, we recognize that financial barriers went beyond tuition. We ensured that students who needed extra help with transportation, uniform, tools, and resources received it. But instead of listening and responding with care, this government brushed aside the realities of struggling families and defended its policy without question. Interestingly, Mr. Speaker, there is a 50% cut in this program in 2025. Mr. Speaker, is this about helping people, or is this about ticking off a box to say, yes, we implemented free tuition? Who's benefited? Why are we cutting a program like this by 50%? Who's fooling who? Mr. Speaker, today, despite free tuition, and not just free tuition, I spoke about it too, the raising or the increasing of the compulsory school age. In spite of that, so we say you must continue school till you're 18. We say you're getting free tuition, go to school. Man, you would have expected, Mr. Speaker, that TAMCC will not be able to accommodate the upsurge in applicants and students attending. Mr. Speaker, to the contrary, despite free tuition and an increase in the compulsory school age, enrollment at TAMCC has dropped and attrition rates have surged. Check it. This is confirmed by the government numbers for 2024 also. Only 26% of the 2024 budget for free tuition was spent. That tells something. Parents simply cannot afford the hidden cost, transportation, meals, and supplies. And what has been the government response? Doesn't care. We already ticked that box. Social development, a government devoid of empathy. Mr. Speaker, social development should be the heartbeat of any responsible government. And I said before, don't waste time talking about us. You came to do it better. You came to fix all the things we couldn't fix. Go right ahead. You have our full support. Ensuring that the most vulnerable among us are protected and uplifted. However, this administration has demonstrated a disturbing lack of empathy for the struggles of the ordinary Grenadians. Their failure to deliver on critical housing and social welfare programs have left thousands in hardship. Housing is not a luxury. It is a basic human need. Yet, Mr. Speaker, the current situation, particularly for the people of Carriacou and Petite Martinique, is indeed alarming. Mr. Speaker, the government's handling of housing projects has been nothing short of disgraceful. Nothing short of disgraceful. In a strange turn of events, 50 to 100 homes were supposed to be handed over to victims of Hurricane Beryl by December 2024. I'm going with the numbers, Mr. Speaker. So when I say disgraceful, that is. However, what is disgraceful, Mr. Speaker, is not one bail-back house was delivered then in 2024 December. 9 months, Mr. Speaker, after, families remain under tents, enduring unbearable conditions, while the government move at snail pace. Not at all bothered, traveling the globe, $2+ million, 2-point-something million dollars overspent, so I'm not talking about what was budgeted, overspent, international travel, hosting and entertainment in one ministry, Mr. Speaker. Look at what has happened. No one, Mr. Speaker, should boast about handing over 3. Come on, get real. No one should boast about handing over 3 houses out of 100 build-back better houses. No one. It is disgraceful, Mr. Speaker. The intervention of Hands That Saved from Trinidad was a blessing. Providing shelter to some 27 families in Carriacou, even though not one house was delivered to the people of Carriacou and Petite Martinique under the Build Back Better houses. Carriacou, Petite Martinique, and the northern parts or southern parts of Grenada. The government, at the same time, all that being the case, has recorded an expenditure, interestingly, of over $26 million for the building back of houses in 2024. Where? What do we have to show? You know, the Minister for Finance said, the former minister was head of ICT in the region. What do we have to show for this? So what do we have to show for the $26 million that was spent on housing in 2024? Where did that money go? Moreover, Mr. Speaker, the incentives given on furnishing have come to an end at a time where most people are still without shelter, and the cost of furnishing has increased according to the own government consumer price index numbers. How can any caring government, Mr. Speaker, be armed with such information and cease the concession to the people in a time like this? Mr. Speaker, you know, the government also promised to build 500. That is why I said this housing thing, it's painfully disgraceful. 500 Grenadian-style homes every year. Almost 3 years, Mr. Speaker, later, when we should have 1,500 houses completed, not one has been completed. Meanwhile, Mr. Speaker, hundreds of empty Chinese-built homes stand as a painful reminder of the broken promises and the misplaced priorities of this government. Mr. Speaker, this budget offers little hope as it relates to housing. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, 1,500 Grenadian-style houses. The government boasts, full credit, 14 houses under construction. You know, I've never expressed this before, but I'll express it now. I have a strong feeling that the one reason for this late, delayed budget is to give the government time to start a few projects like this to say that we have started. Who is fooling who, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, the Chinese-built apartments were donated by the government and people of China for low-income families. Yet, Mr. Speaker, many of these units remain unoccupied. Who are the real beneficiaries? Mr. Speaker, reports suggest that most of the units were sold. Official report presented. Most of the units were sold. Mr. Speaker, the question therefore is, sold to whom? Are they Grenadians in need? Well, if they were, then they would be occupying them now. Are they first-time owners? Or has this government commercialized a humanitarian project, shutting out the very people that it was meant to help? Is distribution based on who you voted for? Where is the empathy, Mr. Speaker? Where is the heart for the people? Mr. Speaker, the SEED program is supposed to be a safety net program for the most vulnerable. Yet many qualified individuals are being denied assistance, not because they don't meet the criteria, Mr. Speaker, but because of political discrimination. Mr. Speaker, I often wondered why my constituency, others have reported the same experience. Why some officers acted with such hostility towards those who are perceived to be supporters of NNP applying for this program. But Mr. Speaker, when I heard the Prime Minister at the recent convention rally saying, and I quote, "We need to know that all of us belong to the National Democratic Congress. So we can't just fight for what I go get. When you know or when you don't know who your people are, sometimes the reason the other side is getting it is because we're not saying who are the real NDC people. Mr. Speaker, thank you. It is much clearer now why so many people are denied the support that they genuinely need. It is the philosophy of this administration. Mr. Speaker, we need a Grenada for all. A Grenada where people can thrive regardless of their political affiliation, regardless of their religion, regardless of their social class. Mr. Speaker, let us move forward together, not backward. Mr. Speaker, beneficiaries of any government program should be selected based on need, not political affiliation or party loyalty. What are we encouraging?
That's all, Honorable. That's all. I said it on Friday. I'm going to say it again. Please have your phones turned off or have them on vibrate. You should not disturb the speaker on the floor. Please, Honorable. Proceed.
Okay, so may I try to get my train of thought back? Mr. Speaker, as I said, beneficiaries of any government program should be selected on need, not political affiliation, not party loyalty. Mr. Speaker, the question must be asked, should a struggling mother, an unemployed father, or an elderly citizen have to pledge allegiance to a political party just to receive basic assistance? So, Speaker, that is what the current administration said. That was the promise to the people. Vote for us. It doesn't matter whether you're NNP or NDC, you will benefit. This is not just unfair, Mr. Speaker. It is heartless, in my opinion. Agriculture and food security, a government that actually doesn't care about farmers, fishermen, and others. Mr. Speaker, the current, and I actually hate the fact that I have to speak to this when the Minister for Agriculture is from the food basket of Grenada, is from St. Andrew, my brother. But I have to speak, Mr. Speaker, on what the budget document said, not to the minister. Mr. Speaker, the current administration has inflicted what I consider to be the greatest blow to the agricultural and food production sector in the shortest period in this country's history. Prepare to hear, maybe today, about the chickens and the goats that were distributed. But, Mr. Speaker, yeah, prepare to hear about that, no problem. We're all anticipating whether the chickens were dead or alive. Let's prepare to hear about it today. Mr. Speaker, but I'm not really interested about the chickens and the goats. Mr. Speaker, I am more interested in hearing about the sustainability of the agriculture sector and the real strategies to deal with a food security crisis that is facing this country. What is the plan to revive the rural economy through agriculture? What is the plan that you had to expand the brain of the ministry by pulling in technical support and advice from individuals who are knowledgeable, experienced, and passionate about agriculture? So many of them are outside. So many of them are outside, not having an opportunity to use their skills and their resources. Mr. Speaker, let us go back to the Minister of Finance 2024 budget presentation when he spoke so eloquently. Yeah, I have a little empathy for him. He did speak eloquently, Mr. Speaker, on food security enhancement project. Yeah, let's redefine that word for today. Hear what the minister said in 2024 He said this $27 million World Bank supported project will provide direct support to farmers and fisherfolk, thereby reducing reliance on food imports and cutting food costs. Key components include increasing production support for crops, livestock, poultry, and fisheries, providing equipment and training, promoting sustainable agricultural practices, establishing central storage centers, and improving farm road access. An amount of $9 million has been allocated for this project. Now, this was in 2024. And that is why I say be careful with the words that are spoken in those speeches, because they do not go very much further than this room. Mr. Speaker, we have to be so careful when we listen to these speeches. What we choose to believe, Mr. Speaker, we should filter what we believe. To the contrary, Mr. Speaker, the Central Statistics Office, their database shows that Grenada's food exports in 2024 fell in value by 37% over 2023. This, in part, Mr. Speaker, was as a result of reduced domestic production and, to a lesser extent, lower export prices for just a few commodities. So what was done in 2024 was supposed to increase production. So let's see what happened. Mr. Speaker, we are yet to see the central storage centers, and farmers themselves have reported that not 1 mile of farm road has been improved, while they experience mounting incidences of Pridia larceny. They are saying that they cannot see the farm roads. Farmers, fishermen, vendors are frustrated, and they are still awaiting much needed support. There is an urgent need for strategic action, not activities, not distribution of things and photo ops, real strategic direction and action in the Ministry of Agriculture. And the leadership of this country must take responsibility for setting the tone as it relates to agriculture. Mr. Speaker, the medium-term economic and fiscal strategy report submitted before this House, along with the 2025 estimates of revenue and expenditure, informs of an average drop in agriculture production in Grenada by 25.3%. As food prices soar, families struggle to afford basic goods. And we would expect this budget to prioritize, really prioritize agriculture and food security beyond verbosity. And you're going to hear a lot of that today and tomorrow. Only nice words, Mr. Speaker, while farmers who are the backbone of this nation are left abandoned. That's how they say that they feel, not my words, their words. The numbers do not lie, Mr. Speaker. A total of $67.3 million was budgeted for agriculture in 2024. Mr. Speaker, $26 million remain unspent in that ministry. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, the overall budget for agriculture is cut by approximately $30 million. And I ask, is this incompetence or is this neglect for the farmers and fishermen of this country? How do you justify cutting the budget for a productive sector that has been suffering for year-on-year declines? Sadly, Mr. Speaker, many of the capital projects and programs that could assist the country to satisfy the mission statement of the Ministry of Agriculture would not be funded in 2025. Mr. Speaker, the government has no issue with spending on international travel and consultancy. But when it comes, yes, again, I need to remind you, because I need you to change. I need you to change that. That's why I'm reminding you. I need you to change. Too much travels. Yes, it must sink in. But when it comes, so you are very comfortable overspending on international travels. But when it comes to farm roads, Mr. Speaker, $312,674 of the $1 million that was allocated was spent on farm roads. Let's overspend on some farm roads, Mr. Speaker. Imagine this. While farmers struggle to access their own lands, government officials travel regularly around the world, first class and in comfort. Where is the priority? What is the point in increasing budget numbers? So I'm not listening to any numbers today, Mr. Speaker. What's the point? Increasing budget numbers and it remains unspent. It is nothing more, Mr. Speaker, than deception on paper, a strategy to create an illusion of investment without actual commitment to the people. Mr. Speaker, the underperformance continues across almost every agricultural initiative. Of the $2 million allocated to boost the poultry sector, imagine this, Mr. Speaker, less than half, $873,580 was spent. While poultry farmers cry out for basic support. What is even worse, Mr. Speaker, in 2025, the budget for this area, you would not believe this, was cut by 50%. How in good conscience, Mr. Speaker, could this be acceptable? Is this a special initiative to completely destroy or kill the poultry sector? What is this? What is this, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, the Consumer Price Index recorded price increases not just for food and medication, but guess what? It attributes some increases to an increase in the price for poultry, pork, and preserved fish. Mr. Speaker, what is the plan? What is the strategy to provide more support for farmers and fishermen? So, Speaker, let us talk about youth in agriculture, an area critical to the future of food security. Mr. Speaker, of the $1.65 million allocated, only $414,569 was spent. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, in 2025, the allocation for this program was also reduced. Mr. Speaker, I know you don't like to, I know they don't like to hear it, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure you don't have a problem. Mr. Speaker, while we are increasing the cost of travel, we are cutting the cost to support agriculture. Mr. Speaker, we are cutting allocations for critical productive sectors like agriculture. What happened to the government's pledge to encourage young farmers, to support young farmers, to invest in the youth in agriculture, to transform the agriculture sector? What happened to that? Is it yet another case of lip service with no real action? How can we take anything that you say between today and tomorrow serious? At least I won't. I don't know about anybody else. I won't. Mr. Speaker, and the most glaring failure, Mr. Speaker, is the allocation for sargassum seaweed. Mr. Speaker, I'm from an area where the stench, the effects, Mr. Speaker, I've searched, couldn't find, I've searched all over, couldn't find anywhere where somebody can show me what was spent in this area. But I'm not so concerned about what was spent in that area. I am more concerned, Mr. Speaker, where is the promised net to collect the seaweed before they come to shore? I'm more concerned about that, Mr. Speaker. Where are the solutions for fishermen whose livelihood are being destroyed by this very crisis? Little or no action in that area. That is why I say I'm not so concerned about the speech. The document, get the document, 800 plus pages. That's what the action of this budget is, Mr. Speaker. Not in the speech. An hour and 30 minutes, 35 minutes, that's not it. The document, 800 plus pages. That's what's most important. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to climate resilience, the situation is no different. Of the $4.4 million budgeted for climate resilience agriculture, for integrated landscape management, doesn't appear that we've spent there. Even in a year, Mr. Speaker, where food security is such a serious threat. I mean, how could this be? Of the $9.1 million budgeted for food security, let me just say this again, $9.1 million budgeted for food security, only $359,000 was spent. How does the government justify this? Mr. Speaker, the new MNIB Marketing and National Importing Board was supposed to be fully operational by June 2024. Today, there are more questions than answers. While the farmers continue to struggle with market access, last Friday, the minister told us that they are expecting a new entity that will replace MNIB to be up and running closer to the end of the year. Not sure if to believe or not to believe. Farmers are running out of patience. Almost 3 years. To make matters worse, Mr. Speaker, in a time of food security challenges, when farmers are struggling, instead of supporting local production, Mr. Speaker, government has been allowing businesses to import items that are already being grown by local farmers, undermining their ability to compete. How can this be justified, especially now with the food security crisis that faces us? Mr. Speaker, food security is not just an economic issue, it's also a matter of national security. Without a strong, well-supported agriculture sector, we are at the mercy of external shocks. We are at the mercy of external shocks. Yet, Mr. Speaker, this government treats farmers as an afterthought, it appears, looking at the numbers. Not what is said, the numbers. Failure to deliver on promises, failing to invest in infrastructure, and failing to prioritize local production. Mr. Speaker, if we are truly serious about resilience, then agriculture must be a national priority. It must be a national priority. But based on the budget, Mr. Speaker, only one thing is clear. This government does not care about farmers or food security or the future of the agriculture sector as they care about themselves. Mr. Speaker, the government continues to make excuses. Everything under the sun is the reason for non-performance. If the excuse is not NNP has been there for 23 years, then the excuse is we've just been there for 3 years. Has to be one of them. Mr. Speaker, until now, some bona fide farmers are yet to receive support after experiencing the ravages of Hurricane Beryl. Farmers have reported that some individuals who are not farmers, in one case someone who buys from farmers to sell, receive grant funding from the Ministry of Agriculture for damage of their farms. Mr. Speaker, farmers themselves are concerned that some persons who received must have received because of their perceived political affiliation to the National Democratic Congress. Mr. Speaker, even in Karakou, farmers have complained about the distribution of the black tank. Mr. Speaker, the member know the reaction of farmers in the meeting that was held in Carriacou. The disappointment, the anger, not just disappointment, the anger. Some left the meeting, Mr. Speaker, and most of it had to do, Mr. Speaker, with the way that the distribution post-arm burial took place. Farmers are concerned. They've expressed it in the newspaper, they've expressed it on various programs. Listen to them, listen to them. Many farmers, how many months now since the passage of Hurricane Beryl? Imagine farmers are still complaining that they have not received. You met a pregnant treasury. You got $118 million in CRIF payout. You say that you generated over $1 billion in CBI revenue. Why, Mr. Speaker? Why is it that you can increase and overspend in certain areas, but the farmers are still begging for grants and support? As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, I would have thought that the CRIF payout that came 14 days after the passage of this hurricane would have been used primarily for that purpose. Get them back, get them going. We need food. Mr. Speaker, it's a crisis. I don't know if we understand in this. It's a crisis that we are facing. While many who are not farmers, as I said, benefited simply because of their political affiliation. But you can understand why. It's clearer now. Some fisher folks are still waiting. Mr. Speaker, what has happened and what do we plan to do, Mr. Speaker, at this stage? We understand the pain of farmers and fishermen and why they have been demonstrating such frustration. But their cries seem to fall on deaf ears. Mr. Speaker, as the young people would say, we have to stop that. We have to stop that. We cannot continue to treat our farmers and fishermen in that way. Infrastructural development. Mr. Speaker, the public sector investment program is the lifeblood of the government's effort to drive economic growth and create jobs. Despite the administration's claim that this budget fosters economic expansion and employment opportunities, funding for infrastructural development has been slashed by $75 million. Somehow the words and the actions and the figures are not matching. How does reducing funding for the Ministry of Works encourage economic growth? Looking back, I have to say that this government should really, seriously now, this is no politics, should really extend gratitude to the previous administration. Mr. Speaker, as they have not been able to initiate not one major project, new major project, in almost 3 years, you must be very appreciative of the previous government. Mr. Speaker, it almost appears to me as if the government is deliberately keeping projects in the pipeline to help protect their image and to disguise their non-performance. I have to conclude that. Why are they being kept in the pipeline? So I'm curious to know, after almost 3 years, Mr. Speaker, when will these projects come out of the pipeline? I am not going to pull a pipe now to demonstrate anything, but consider these projects, Mr. Speaker, where some preliminary or advanced actions were taken under the NNP administration, and they were catered for in the 2022 budget. When will they come out of the pipeline? In almost 3 years, Mr. Speaker, this government cannot justify the progress they've made or the lack of progress made under any of these projects since they claimed the title as the government with the record for mobilization, implementation, and transformation. Some of these projects, Mr. Speaker, are still at groundbreaking stage after almost 3 years. Some of them, the ground has not even broken yet. So, Mr. Speaker, let's look at some of those projects that I'm referring to right now. As I said, they were either in 2022 budget or they were at some stage of implementation in 2022. Florida Government School Project, St. Andrew's Anglican Primary School, St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Grenada Christian Academy, Seamoon Cultural Center, Molinet Project, St. John's River Project, Lighting of the Stadium, Guave Ministry Project, the National Aquatic Facility, National Health Insurance, Carlton House Project, Morris Bishop International Airport Expansion, Western Main Road Project, the Cliff Project, the new fire station. Mr. Speaker, should I go on? Oh, we've gotten the point. Mr. Speaker, after almost 3 years, this government continues to run on NNP fuel. The only notable thing about some of these projects, Mr. Speaker, apart from the lengthy delay, is the astronomical cost of overruns and debt to the state of this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, who is providing leadership and oversight on these projects? NNP has been there for 23 years. Enough of that. Almost 3 years, get down to work. Get the work done, Mr. Speaker. I got the impression in 2022 that MIT had the magic formula for the unclogging of the pipeline in record-breaking time. But it appears, Mr. Speaker, it appears the original role of this ministry is changing daily. Mr. Speaker, the numbers tell a story that contradicts the catchy slogans, contradicts the Facebook posting, and the broken promises. Mr. Speaker, even the Prime Minister publicly admitted his disappointment in the progress of many of these projects. The only problem, Mr. Speaker, with this is that the Prime Minister is admitting disappointment with himself too, because he is the Minister for Infrastructure. And not just the snail pace at which MIT is moving, but infrastructure must take responsibility. Mr. Speaker, and let us not listen to the next excuse of the minister that he was busy. That was one of the excuses I heard. He was very busy with the Build Back Better houses. He was very busy in Carriacou. Mr. Speaker, not one, let me remind you, not one Build Back Better house was handed over by December. The 100 that were promised, mouth open and word jump out. The minister said from September, this is what was said, and I could only go with this, Mr. Speaker. We will build 80 houses per month. We, mathematically speaking, and let us say that's 480 homes already built. Then we were told, Mr. Speaker, 50 by December. No, let's say 100 by December. That's what we were told. Somewhere in my head, I have 100. Well, it appears that it's still in the minister's head. Mr. Speaker, do we understand the value? This is no joking matter. Do we understand the value of proper planning? The value of strategic planning in government? Not just jumping up and decide out of your head how many houses could be built within 3 months or within a month. Mr. Speaker, how can we begin to take this government serious? How can we even take this budget serious, this budget document serious? Look at the numbers. We can't. Mr. Speaker, in the presentation on Friday, speaking about the slow implementation rate and the transformation vision, and I noticed, Mr. Speaker, when he spoke about the transformation vision, he got very quiet, very, very. I'm sitting here, I could have hardly heard him. Mr. Speaker, the minister said, and I quote, several, so what I just said is supported by the minister, you know. He said several long-stalled World Bank programs have been transferred to the Ministry of MIT to remove bottleneck and accelerate implementation. So now you know what I just said is accurate. The minister himself said that. The result thus far has been extremely promising. You see, we fed up with promises. So don't tell us it's extremely promising, because we're going to interpret that in a particular way. Demonstrating the effectiveness of this strategic approach. Well, Mr. Speaker, how do you define strategic approach? Anyways, let me just make the point that when the supplementary budget was taken before this House, that was in March 2024, it was clear that some capital projects could not be accomplished based on the timeline. But I guess for PR purposes, Mr. Speaker, it was necessary to call out a long list of projects that would be completed between March and December. Mr. Speaker, we are again experiencing a similar situation, mark my words, that will have the similar or same results as the supplementary budget in March. Mr. Speaker, it may have been more effective to just suspend PR for a while. Put on paper what you know that you are able to do in 9 months. We're already in March. And that way, you might have even reduced the deficit that is before us today. Mr. Speaker, Grenada will be better off if this government would stop focusing on NNP, settle down, mind their business, and provide and produce and deliver for the people of this country. National security and crime are growing threat. Mr. Speaker, while this government identified national security as a key priority area for budget 2025, the capital budget for the police has been reduced. There is an alarming and continuous exodus of senior police officers from the Royal Grenada Police Force. Let's look at the situation. Are we keeping count of the number of, it's interesting when you speak. It's very interesting when you choose to speak. Mr. Speaker, are we keeping count of the number of officers who have taken early retirement or have resigned, or how many have submitted their application to leave? Mr. Speaker, exactly why the member reacted. You see, while some in political security circles have dismissed this, they call it an NNP purge. Mr. Speaker, based on their perception of political support, the reality is, and that is what I'm concerned about, not the politics, the reality is that most of these officers are highly experienced, well-trained, and at the very peak of their careers. Many of them, Mr. Speaker, never even supported NNP. They are just simply frustrated and disillusioned with the system. This is not a matter to be trivialized. This is not a matter to be trivialized. It is a direct threat to the national security, and everyone, regardless of their political affiliation, must be extremely concerned. This is national security. This is not a joke. Mr. Speaker, these experienced police officers play a crucial role in mentoring, training, and supervising younger police officers and recruits. Look around. Young recruits are being deployed with just weeks of training, having inadequate guidance and supervision. Mr. Speaker, I was at a function and I cringed when I saw a recently trained officer who was introduced to me as the head of the detail holding the gun, Mr. Speaker. I cringe No one in that detail had more than a few months training for a major national activity. Mr. Speaker, we are facing a manpower crisis in law enforcement. There's a serious decline in policing standards due to inexperience and a surge in crime. Meanwhile, Mr. Speaker, the capital budget of the police was cut. Note, though, interestingly, that there's an allocation of over $28 million under the Prime Minister's watch that caters for security separate from the police. Do research on the areas where most of these deployments are made. And I'm not a security expert, but I'm sure every single person would conclude that most of these areas are what we would call low-risk areas. This is approximately, Mr. Speaker, 36% of the total amount for the Royal Grenada Police Force. So while our hotspots and our high-risk areas remain exposed, Mr. Speaker, help make sense of this, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when police can't respond to crime because of manpower issues, we are in a serious situation. What is our priority in this budget document saying about a response to this, about a proactive response to this? Mr. Speaker, does it make sense that the budget for overall overseas travel keeps increasing while the Coast Guard, which is supposed to protect our already exposed borders, was denied gas for its engine because the government did not pay outstanding bills? Where is our priority, Mr. Speaker? When these factors are analyzed, a thinking person, or let's just say somebody who doesn't even think, will conclude that we are in a crisis with no strategic intervention or plans being considered. However, we should not expect any positive change if this administration continues to put square pegs in round hole for political expediency. Mr. Speaker, the solution is not simply to train more young recruits. That's not a solution. It is not to buy longer guns, as the Prime Minister proposed. We need an urgent, serious, strategic approach to national security. What is this government's plan to tackle the rising crime and address the serious emerging threats that face our country today? There is a leadership crisis, a manpower crisis, and a rising crime situation. Combine these, Mr. Speaker, we have another ticking time bomb in this country. The government cannot continue to take a wait-and-see approach to national security. Far more support must be given to the RGPF. Good for the pay and grade to be moving along, great. But, Mr. Speaker, we need more support for the RGPF to proactively respond to the current internal and external threats to national security. 2 years ago, Mr. Speaker, a commitment was made to hold a national stakeholders consultation and develop a national crime plan. We were promised this by this administration. Where is the plan? Where is the policy? The urgency of this issue, Mr. Speaker, cannot be overstated. Grenada needs a clear, a decisive strategy to restore law and order, to address the issues that confront us. Let's not wait till it gets worse. Despite these challenges, Mr. Speaker, I wish to commend the officers of the Royal Grenada Police Force for their dedication. You deserve, Mr. Speaker, to be recognized. Amidst the fear, political victimization, Police officers continue to sacrifice their lives in the line of duty to keep this country safe. The merit-based system is being thrown away by this government, and promotion appears to be an act based on emotions and political directions. Mr. Speaker, a nation cannot prosper if its people do not feel safe. What is the government really doing about the crime situation in Grenada? Grenadians deserve a peace of mind, not fear of crime. Mr. Speaker, pension. Mr. Speaker, the issue of public sector pension is quite intriguing. This government touting pension reform as an achievement is laughable, as this issue was not even a topic. Pension reform was not even a topic during its campaign. It was never. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's assurance that pensions would be paid had to do with the regular and continuous payment of the 1958 non-contributory pension to all workers, even if it meant borrowing. That is what the promise was. There is not a single worker in the public service who would not support this. What the workers did not appreciate, Mr. Speaker, was that the utterances was actually an exercise in deception. Mr. Speaker, this government touted the payment of retroactive pension based on the court ruling to 525 individuals as a significant achievement. Yet they have disenfranchised thousands of workers from benefiting from the said pension, as was expressed in the court ruling, through pension reform within less than 3 years of being in power. You're going to hear, NMP has been there 23 years. We just there 3 years. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, you want to remind me what that bell means?
Yes, when the bell goes, it means that you have 10 minutes away from the expiration of your time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, lest we forget that the NNP in government, I probably should be asking for the extra time that the minister did not use. Lest we forget that the NNP in government had extensive consultation with the social partners, including the Union on Pension and Pension Reform, commencing in 2017. An MOU was signed in 2018 for the reform process. While efforts continued, negotiation with the union stalled, leading workers to seek legal recourse, which is their right, and protest, which is also their right, for the 1958 pension, as ruled by Justice Glasgow. At that time, Mr. Speaker, the NNP government was already paying pension to 2,200 individuals every month. Mr. Speaker, it is therefore unfortunate that some of the same workers who took to the street for the 1958 pension will not benefit from the 1958 pension that this government has promised. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister stood in the Parliament and said that the new Pension Act was a continuation of the work of the NNP. Mr. Speaker, we do not oppose pension reform. We never will, in principle. And indeed, we did a lot of work in this regard, no lie, that's true. However, Mr. Speaker, our proposal as it relates to pension and pension reform was far different to what the workers are faced with today. Today, workers are faced with a pension plan that forces them to deduct an additional 3 and 6% of their salary, while the NNP administration proposal had no additional deduction. Mr. Speaker, the NNP administration proposed 70% of the workers' last salary as pension, while today workers have no minimum percentage of their last salary as pension, but rather they can only withdraw what they would have saved. Mr. Speaker, under this current plan, a worker can outlive their savings, but a lifelong pension was guaranteed under the NNP proposal. Mr. Speaker, the NNP administration agreed to provide increases to pensioners consistent with the increases given to public officers. Today, under this new arrangement, this is not the case. I say clear case of leaving the bone and jumping behind the shadow. Mr. Speaker, the NNP administration is proud of its record of stakeholder engagement during this process and other facets of governance. This is how the MOU was developed and agreed upon through engagements and consultation with social partners. It is how we build fiscal infrastructure this government inherited and destroyed in almost 3 years. While consultation and discussions were sometimes contentious, very contentious, I say today it is healthy for a vibrant democracy. It is healthy. What we see today by this government is the stark contrast. Little or no consultation. Mr. Speaker, there is an open attempt to stifle the voices of the people through economic starvation and bullying, be it in the media, social bloggers and commentators, workers who work in the public service, some over 19 years, the union, business people, even in this very parliament, you name it, all have felt the brunt of this unwarranted attacks. Mr. Speaker, it is concerning that some public officers are being called in or written to by PSC or permanent secretaries for attending political activities when they are within their constitutional right to so do. Mr. Speaker, the key word is some, because some officers are known supporters of the NDC. They are not called in. For example, Mr. Speaker, I have never seen a public officer heading a parliamentary electoral office actively participating in political activities. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure she was not called in. This is a cause for serious concern. Not that we care where she goes to or where she doesn't go. It is a cause for concern as it relates to the electoral process and the fairness of the electoral process, or perceived fairness. Mr. Speaker, I intend to write to the Governor General in this disturbing development if no serious action is taken, as it poses a serious threat for free and fair elections in Grenada. This is not about the individual, it is about the office that is supposed to be independent. Mr. Speaker, going back to pension, we have seen in recent times the Public Service Union, Public Workers Union, speaking out on this and other issues pertaining to workers' rights. We have also observed the attempt to dismantle this very institution that is older than the existence of the political party in office. Mr. Speaker, the unions are a key pillar of our democracy. That is why we had no problem, Mr. Speaker, with the contention that existed in some discussions between government and the union. And it is a sad day in the state of Grenada when we witness an open and flagrant attempt to destroy the union. Mr. Speaker, this is serious. Creative industry and investment, Mr. Speaker. The creative sector has the potential to be a major economic driver, yet we must ask, are we getting value for money? Are we getting value for money with the current investment made? Are investments in the creative industries cost-effective? The numbers suggest otherwise. Mr. Speaker, after extensive national consultation, a cultural policy was drafted to guide the growth and sustainability of this sector. To date, not a single aspect of this policy has been meaningfully implemented. How can we expect meaningful development with no strategic framework in place? The Office of the Creative Affairs, now termed Office of the Creative Arts in the budget 2025, was supposed to be the driving force for artists and musicians and designers and cultural entrepreneurs. Instead, it is its efforts are centralized and seems to benefit only a select few, leaving more talented individuals across Grenada wondering when an opportunity would come. Mr. Speaker, we all remember the Promise Unleash, a program that was marketed as a game changer for the creative industry in Grenada. It was supposed to revolutionize the creative space, but today many look forward to the promised follow-up, tangible results, and clear direction. Many are disappointed. I know the total amount, Mr. Speaker. Approximately $1 million was spent on consultancies, contracts, and other services, no problem. But how much of this, Mr. Speaker, did the ordinary cultural artists and young creatives benefit from? Mr. Speaker, are we really serious or are we joking? Mr. Speaker, some low blows were pelt across the bow on the subject of information communication and technology from the Minister of Finance last Friday. Yeah. Last Friday, Mr. Speaker, the minister attacked the former Prime Minister, indicating that Grenada has nothing to show for serving as head of CARICOM and having responsibility for ICT, Science and Technology. Permit me to remind the incoming Minister for Science and Technology in CARICOM of some of the gains, just in case during his stewardship that he would have to give an update or he would have to share on progress over the years. Mr. Speaker, under the stewardship of Dr. the Right Honorable Keith Mitchell, Grenada made significant progress in this area. The liberalization of the telecommunication in the region was led by your very own. The multiple devices that some of you may have in your access right now because of this particular work done. The Caribbean Telecommunication Infrastructure Program, a program that secured $10 million to increase domestic broadband, Mr. Speaker. We have something to show. Mr. Speaker, based on the standing order, can I request an additional 10 minutes to wrap up? I'm actually in the wrapping up stage right now.
You have 5 minutes to do that.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, including submarine cable infrastructure and landing station, domestic backboard network and cross-border links, and national and regional internet exchange points in the region. Mr. Speaker, yes, we have something to show. Mr. Speaker, the establishment of a regional digital skills task force to promote awareness of the importance of digital skills in the region for economic and social development. Yes, we have something to show. Mr. Speaker, digital governance project that this government is unapologetic about listing in the very budget document. Mr. Speaker, these are some of the things that we have to show. The reduction in roaming charges for citizens in the Caribbean. I said travel throughout the Caribbean. That was another milestone under his leadership. Mr. Speaker, these are just some of the achievements. And I pray that the current minister would get an opportunity to do more. I wish he can. Or let's just hope he lasts long enough to get at least some appreciation and commitment. You know, seriously. No, I'm serious when I extend best wishes. As I near the conclusion, and as I conclude, Mr. Speaker, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Almighty God, whose divine providence has continually safeguarded, strengthened, and guided me, both in my personal life and throughout my public service journey. Mr. Speaker, my political journey has been made possible because of the unwavering love and support of so many. I offer my sincerest appreciation to my husband and our 3 children. Their patience. I had 3 children during this political journey. Their patience, sacrifice, and constant love have been my anchor throughout these years. It has not always been easy for them, especially when I was required to prioritize the needs of this nation above their own. Yet, despite these challenges, they have shown great understanding and a commitment to the value of service and patriotism that I hold so dear. For their sacrifices, I am eternally grateful. I also want to express my profound appreciation to my colleagues for their steadfast support and commitment to this journey. I say special thank you. Words are not enough to express my appreciation to the people of St. Andrew Southeast. And by extension, Mr. Speaker, the entire parish of St. Andrew, my heartfelt thank you. My gratitude is also extended to my dedicated staff over the years, members of Team Emma, and to all those who have offered their support and encouragement. The honor of representing you, I take very seriously. To the executive members and supporters of the New National Party, I am grateful for the trust you've placed in me to serve as your leader. I pledge to do all that I can to build upon the strong legacy of good governance, equal opportunity, and service for all. Mr. Speaker, to the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique, both at home and in the diaspora, you are the heartbeat of this nation. I give you my solemn pledge today that every day I will advocate for you. I will defend your interests, and I will work tirelessly to uphold the values of justice, fairness, and prosperity for all. Mr. Speaker, I wish to say, if you ask me how I conclude about this budget, I will conclude by saying I'm very disappointed in this budget that has been presented. This budget is obviously for a few, not for the people. Our people deserve better. And so I will continue, Mr. Speaker, to advocate for their interests, ensuring that their voices are heard while pushing for real change, not old talk. Mr. Speaker, the members of my team will expand on some of the areas that I've touched on. Any area that I did not get to touch on, Mr. Speaker, they will continue in their presentation. And so, Mr. Speaker, it's left to say, special thank you to you for your accommodation this morning and your staff. And to say to all the members of this House, may we continue to serve in the interest of the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Leader of His Majesty Opposition, the Honorable MP for St. Andrew South East, and I now invite the Honorable MP for St. Andrew South West to make his contribution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and a very pleasant good morning to all. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give support.
Just hold on, Honorable MP. I know some of you are exiting. Just go as quietly as you possibly can, so he has less disturbances on his side. Proceed, please.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to give support to the estimates of revenue and expenditure 2025. Under the theme Vision 75, Grenada Resilient and Rising, as presented by our Minister for Finance. Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for Finance for presenting to this nation what I describe as a budget of great expectations. And it is clear to me, Mr. Speaker, that after listening to the Minister of Finance, I can only conclude that better days are coming. Better days are coming, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I delve into the depth of my presentation, I first want to thank, or I should say, I want to express and to commend our leader of the opposition for being appointed as leader of the opposition. I think it's the first lady or the second lady. So we see women's power at work in this country. And to wish her best wishes. But I also seek your leave, Mr. Speaker, to place on the record the profound honor of this Parliament and of the people of Grenada in paying tribute to 3 local businesses exemplars whose contribution to our country's economic development have been distinguished and outstanding. Mr. Speaker, I refer to Mrs. Lyden Ramdani of St. Andrew, Michael McIntyre, and Royston Hopkins of St. George, all of who have been called to rest recently. We pray for the strength and happiness of the respective families, and I do hope that one day this country will officially recognize the contributions to our economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But also, Mr. Speaker, before I delve into the substance of my presentation, there are a few comments I would like to make based on what was presented here by the leader of Her Majesty Opposition, His Majesty Opposition. Mr. Speaker, what was said to this honorable House this morning was that the government has presented a budget deficit, a deficit budget. Mr. Speaker, I ask this question. Which deficit are you referring to? Because there are many deficits, Mr. Speaker. There are many deficits. You have current account deficit. You have primary deficit. You have overall deficit. And there are more. So when you mention deficit, you must be clear and indicate which deficit you're referring to. This government, Mr. Speaker, did not present a budgeted deficit to this House. It presented a current account surplus budget. And it is here, Mr. Speaker. It is here. You go to the document on page 12. Read it. Yes. It says, Mr. Speaker, the overall budget summary is as follows. I don't want to point out this one. Current account surplus. Current account surplus.
Keyword surplus.
Of 86.5 million. Mr. Speaker, let me say this. It is quite acceptable to present to this House a deficit budget, but not a current account deficit budget. And if you look back, this House has been presenting overall deficit, Mr. Speaker. Overall deficit budget for the past 20 years. Look back and you will see it. You think, Mr. Speaker, you think I, as an economist, worked in the Ministry of Finance for years, worked at the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank for years, as a country economist for Grenada and Montserrat. You think I will ask, or I will allow this government to present to this House a current account budget deficit? Never! So the opposition leader, Mr. Speaker, deliberately omitted to mislead the population and come and tell us we present a budget deficit. We did not. We present a current account surplus of $86.5 million. And that's the truth. The numbers are not lying. They are here in black and white. So that's my first point, Mr. Speaker, I want to make. Mr. Speaker, after burial, the government has the luxury to relax the fiscal rules so that we can undertake all of the necessary expenditure to build back the economy. And we did. Of course, IMF approved it. But even if we relax the fiscal rules, Mr. President, there's only one rules that was relaxed. One. All the others were maintained. All the others were maintained. And the important one about that deals with your wage bill, that rule is still intact because we have not surpassed. We have not relaxed this one. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, it is not right to come to this House and speak about fiscal imprudence on the part of us and about fiscal recklessness. We are not by any means reckless, and we remain prudent in our dealing with the fiscal situation in our country. And when there is talk about expenditure is increasing, Mr. Speaker, every expenditure on the recurrent side that you see in the budget, all these expenditures are covered by our current revenues. Understand this, Mr. Speaker. Let me explain this to the population. There is a current account balance. What is this? The current account balance is the difference between your current revenues, and your current revenues are tax revenues and non-tax revenues. And current expenditures. And your current expenditures are expenditures on wages and salaries, we call that personnel, goods and services, interest payments, and transfer and subsidies, those four broad areas. Mr. Speaker, your current revenues must be large enough to cover these four areas of current expenditure. So when you present to this House a current account surplus of $86.5 million, it means that we have enough money to pay workers and pay them on time and pay them well. It means that we have enough money to pay for our goods and services. It means that we have enough money to cover our interest payments. It means that we have enough money to pay for our transfers and subsidies. And after we have paid all that, we still have $86.5 million left. What do you want better than that? Yeah. This is good fiscal management, Mr. Speaker.
Good management.
And let me tell you, that $86.5 million will go as part financing of our capital expenditure. So we are in fact, Mr. Speaker, covering our capital expenditure in part,
yes,
because we have a current account surplus. Yes, that's what he must say to this House. Yes. And I'm saying, if the need comes for me to give them a lecture on government fiscal accounts, so they will understand it well, I'm available.
Free of cost.
Free of cost. So don't come to this house and give the population misinformation. Mr. Speaker, I want to say this. I am happy to be a member of this government. And I will tell you why I say that. This government has a philosophy which I admire and which I support. And the philosophy is simple. We are here to improve the lives of our people and to make Grenada a better place to live. And so, Mr. Speaker, this philosophy is grounded in the thought that it is ideas that be our economy. Ideas. Mr. Speaker, every great leap in human progress, from the printing press to the steam engine to the semiconductor, has been driven by ideas. But ideas, Mr. Speaker, come from our people. It comes from the talent in our young people. So we must identify that young talent in our people and give them the opportunity for them to develop that talent, enhance that talent, and make that talent available for our country and for humanity. And so, Mr. Speaker, what we have been doing here, this government, is that we have been creating the opportunity to make Grenada like a big school. Grenada will become a big school, Mr. Speaker, in which the opportunities are available for all to become what they want to be. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, we now have 32 young Grenadians who have been awarded scholarships from the Monroe University. The Minister of Education not so long ago told the nation that 32 young Grenadians. We're going to add another 50 in September. We have 9 young Grenadians right now at the University of Guyana, School of Agriculture, studying agriculture science to come back. We have a young, bright Grenadian right now. He's at the University of the West Indies in Trinidad. He's studying his PhD, full scholarship. He's studying his PhD in soil science. He will soon come back to soon. So, Mr. Speaker, our young people, get it clear. Opportunities are available for you to go and study so you can contribute meaningfully to our country's development. Mr. Speaker, in this budget, the Ministry of Agriculture has $500,000. 2025, $500,000 to work closely with TAMCC to create and to produce the different human resources that we need to develop our agricultural sector. So, Mr. Speaker, I sometimes ask myself where some of us are living. I don't know where some of us are living. Maybe not in this country. So, Mr. Speaker, having said this, I want to present my budget debate as follows. I want to, first of all, speak about the impact of beryl on our economy. I will discuss the developments in the agricultural sector and the fisheries sector. Because they're saying how nothing is happening in agriculture. Where are you living? Where are you staying? We're going to talk about that. We'll talk about cooperatives. We'll talk about the role the Ministry of Economic Development and Planning has been doing The Ministry of Economic Development.
It happens to all of us. Low on cash and in need of money right away. Play Instacash Monday to Sunday and there are no draws.
So what you saying? No numbers to choose from?
Nope.
And no draw sessions to wait on?
Nope.
And we can play it anytime and any day?
Yep. Including Sundays. Instacash. Ask for it by name and choose from a wide variety of games as low as $2 and win instantly. It is fast, it is easy to play, and you win cash right away. Must be 18 years or older to play. NLA, making your dreams come true.
Well, good morning, players. It's a brand new week, and it's time for the NLA's Daily Pick 3 with Multi-X draw for today, Monday, the 10th day in March 2025. I'm Lexan Fletcher, and I'll be your draw hostess for this morning. Joining me is Ms. Dion Francis. She's here representing RSO Company Limited, accountants and advisors. Now, Ms. Francis is here to ensure the games are conducted in a fair and accountable manner, and the game balls have not been tampered with and are within industry standards. Don't forget, with the Pick 3 game, you can bet as little as $1 on inline, mix, and pair tickets, and from $2 on backup tickets. All right, hope you got your tickets for this morning. Let's find out firstly what the Pick 3 numbers will be. It pays to play. Good luck to you. Check your tickets. First up is 9. The second 2, and the final is 5. Here's your recap. First up was 9, the second 2, final 5. If you're a winner, congrats to you. If you placed your bets on Multi-X, let's see how well you'll do. Good luck. And the winning Multi-X ball is... It's free play. Congrats again if you're a winner for this round, and to our 46 winners from last Saturday's evening draw, congrats to you all. We had a total payout of $12,190. Congrats again. Do stay tuned, because up next is Play Wait with Multi-X. See you then. And welcome back. It's a mid-morning draw for Playway with Multi-X for today, Monday, the 10th of March, 2025. I've got Ms. Dion Francis joining me once again. She is representing RSO Company Limited, accountants and advisors. When playing the Playway game, don't forget you can bet as little as $1 up to $10 on increments on any number or dream symbol of your choice. You get to win 24 times the amount you bet. That's $24 for every dollar spent. Let's find out now what the winning Playway number will be for this one. Value your dreams. Good luck. And the winning Playway number is 8. That's 088, and the dream symbol is Spider. If you're a winner, congrats to you. Let's find out now what the winning Multi-X ball will be. Good luck to you. It's 7X. That's 7 eggs to our big winners for this morning. Of course, if you placed your bets on Multi-X, good luck. Not good luck, but congratulations to you all. And we also had 543 winners from last Saturday's evening draw, with a total payout of $35,760. Well, do stay tuned. Up next is the final one for the morning round. Cash for draw with Multi-X is up next. We'll see you soon. And welcome back. It's a mid-morning draw for the daily cash for game with Multi-X for today, Monday, the 10th of March, 2025. I've got Ms. Dion Francis with me once again. She is here representing RSO Company Limited, accountants and advisors. When playing the cash for game, you can bet as little as $1 on most of the bet types, with the exception of backup, in which case you bet $2. So I hope you placed your bets. Let's find out what the winning numbers will be for this morning. It's more plays, bigger prices. Good luck to you. And the first ball up is, first up is 6, second 6, Let's recap. First up was 6, the second 6, third 7, and the final ball 3. If you're a winner, congratulations to you. If you placed your bets also on Multi-X for this round, good luck to you. And the winning Multi-X ball. It's free play. That's free play. To our winners, congrats again, and also to our 9 winners from last Saturday's evening draw. Congratulations to you all. We had a total payout of $1,600. Well, don't forget to get your tickets for later on, and do continue to support sports culture and nation building. Have a great Monday.
What if you had a choice? A choice of joining a line or a choice of making your purchases online? What would you choose? While you ponder on that, the National Lotteries Authority has provided another purchasing option. All their games are now available online. Yes, Grenadians, from wherever you are, purchase your favorite daily and jackpot type games using any electronic device. Register on the NLA's website at www.nla.gd. Top up your account and enjoy online lottery gaming at your convenience. We're taking shopping comfort up, up, up several notches, but the choice is yours. Join a line or buy online. NLA, make your dreams come true.
Rural economy. What we've been doing in the rural economy to transform the lives of our people. And then, Mr. Speaker, I will also speak to the Speaker about the blue economy, that new ministry that is created, the blue economy. And why our culture budget has fallen. Our culture budget has fallen because fisheries is now part of the blue economy. It is stated in the budget. If you read the budget, you'd have seen that.
That's correct.
You couldn't come and say this morning how our culture budget fall by so much. There's a reason why it fell. Simple as that. And Mr. Speaker, I want to ask you for 15 minutes or so I could speak about my constituents. And they are here. They are here to give me support, Mr. Speaker. Look at them there. They like me. Mr. Speaker, they like me. And they're always there with me. They always there. You see, they come this morning in the large numbers. All of them, they take a picture. So I ask you for some time, Mr. Speaker, to talk about that. So, Mr. Speaker, let's start. After Beryl passed, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Economic Development and Planning presented and got approval from the Cabinet to conduct a post-disaster needs assessment. That post-disaster needs assessment would tell us the impact of Beryl on our economy and what our recovery needs are. The Minister of Finance indicated that the impact of Beryl, the damage of Beryl, was $330 million, or 16% of our GDP. And I'm saying that that's the official figure that was approved by the Cabinet. When we're speaking about the damage done by Beryl, that's the figure you must quote. 16% of our GDP. Housing was affected by 74%, agriculture 10%, energy 6%, education 4%, wash, which is water, 3%, health 1%, culture 1%, and disaster risk reduction 1%. So, Mr. Speaker, having received the official report on the impact of Beryl on the major sectors of the economy and the recovery needs of our country, our next step is to develop and implement a recovery strategy. And that recovery strategy is going to focus on resource mobilization, improve data management, and investment in resilient communities and infrastructure, resilient infrastructure. So we are planning, Mr. Speaker, in 2025 to organize a donor conference to mobilize resources and to identify new development partners. So, Mr. Speaker, I now want to turn to agriculture. I hear so much talk about agriculture. I'm wondering where we stay. Mr. Speaker, we do know that our sector faced multiple challenges in 2024. First half of the year was drought, serious drought. As soon as the rainy season began, burial paths. Then in November, heavy rains. So we had it hard. Yeah, we had it hard. But we ain't for that. We ain't for that. We put our team together with them. Look back one here. What do you guys? Look and go there. Look Samuel and say. Look Becky and there. Everybody there. They come to give the support. We put our team together, Mr. Speaker. And we put together a plan for the rebuilding of our agricultural sector and for making sure that our farmers, Mr. Speaker, were not affected for long, because we recognize that. So, Mr. Speaker, the first thing we did is that we went to the cabinet with a proposal to provide income support to our farmers and to our fisher folks and to others. And the cabinet approved it. We said to the cabinet approved that those farmers, and I'm saying all farmers, crop farmers, cocoa farmers, nutmeg farmers, those farmers whose land up to 5 acres would receive cash, $4,500, cash, either in their hand, in the form of a check, or in a financial institution, a credit union, or a bank where they want the money go. And those farmers whose acreage was above 5 acres would receive cash, $9,000. So we got a list of farmers from registered farmers from cocoa and from nutmeg. This is the list. We have in our ministry a list of registered farmers. In fact, we have 7,334 farmers registered in this country. And the aim was to provide these farmers, all of these farmers affected, because they were all affected by burial, provide them with those sums, as I've just indicated. So, Mr. Speaker, it is true that there are some farmers who didn't get. Not that we didn't get them, it's because they didn't come and collect their check yet. We have checks in the ministry now for them farmers to come and collect. So those farmers who ain't getting money, come and collect your check. Your check is sitting down waiting there for you. Good? And there were some farmers, but I don't understand, who told me they didn't hear about the program. Right? So I said, well, you registered? Yes. I said, well, give me your registered farmer's ID. They give me. And immediately, I sent it to my staff in the Ministry of Agriculture to prepare the invoice, to send on to the Ministry of Finance, so that they can be paid. So right now, we have about another 40, 50 farmers who haven't received their money yet, right, including Carriacou. We are sending down your money for you to finance for your payment. So if you know you ain't get paid yet, please come and see us with your farmer's ID. Farmer's ID. If you know you are a farmer and you don't have an ID, go and get your farmer's ID. You ain't taking long to get. Because this will be the last We're closing the program now. It's about time to close it, so we're closing the program now. Good? So I'm saying to all farmers, if you know you ain't get, some of you met me and said to me you ain't get, okay, you didn't hear about it. I know how you could do hear about it. That was all about the books. So, I will tell you, we have given out 1,222 farmers checks on the western side of the country. We have given out 227 farmers checks to get money on the southern side of the country. We have given out 1,322 farmers checks in hotels in the north. And we're giving out 2,130 farmers checks in the east. So of the 7,336 farmers registered, we have given out 4,411 farmers money in their hand. It is the first time the farmers tell me, it is the first time in their life they get that money from government. First time in their life. And I said to the farmers, do it all the money, you know. I told them, do it all the money. It is not fun. Some money must go back in the land. Go take some of that money and buy fertilizers. Because we have a fertilizers program in the ministry where you could get 50 kilo bag of farmers for $50. So $1 a kilo, extremely cheap. Farmers tell me they like it. They like it because the fertilizer is good. It's real good. It's increasing the yield. Good? And some of them, after they received the check, we interviewed them. They said, yes, Minister, we're going to put back some of that money in the land. So, Mr. Speaker, apart from that, Mr. Speaker, we recognize the importance of having food security after burial. And we have, in the ministry, this World Bank finance, $10 million US, food security project. And I call a meeting with my staff, and I tell them we have to move fast and implement this project so that our economy and our culture can rebound as quickly as possible. Mr. Speaker, that project gives strong support for livestock production. I'll talk about that just now, including poultry, pigs, goat, and sheep, together with the infrastructure for them. That's one component. That project will provide farm machinery and equipment. And I will talk about our farm machinery pool in Maribo. And that project also provides for high quality planting materials and support to our fisher folks. I have to commend our ministry staff because we did work fast to implement that project. So, Mr. Speaker, let me tell you what we did. We restored the propagation facilities at Bulong and Maribo. You go there, you will see it. Well restored. 17,500 chicks and starter, grower, and finisher feeds were distributed to over 700 poultry farmers. I was there giving them out the chicks and giving them the feed one time. I was there. We spent a lot of money to import poor breed animals from the USA. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we brought in, January of this year, 144 pigs, poor breed, 159 sheep, and 161 goats. Together, with their medicine and the feed supply, including hay, for 3 months. The pigs are at Maribo. I went there. In fact, I was at the airport when the animals came in huge freights, whatever the word is. Good. I was there. PS was there, and all the doctors who would support the program, they were all there. And we watched this animal taken off from the big plane, placed on crate, put on trucks, and traveled to their respective locations. It was a beautiful sight. The only thing, Mr. Speaker, we wanted that to happen today, but the plane arrived in the night. So the people could have seen, exactly what we're doing. But it came at night. Yeah? The police was there to give us the support to make sure the animals were transported safely. So the pigs are in Maribo. You must go and see them. They multiply the barn. First, they're pretty. The goats are in Laura. And the sheep, they're in Soteis. And then they're all alive. In fact, Mr. Speaker, they are multiplying. They are multiplying. Good. So when you ask me, you don't know what condition they are in? They're alive and well. And I invite you to go and see them. And I want to give praise to our staff in the Ministry of Agriculture, our doctors, Dr. Cummins and Dr. St. Bernard, and the Dr. Nugent, what's his name again? Bernard, right? And the whole team that put together a program for the reproduction of these animals. So when you ask me about a plan, if there is a plan for the reproduction of the animal, yes, there is a plan. And the plan is being implemented. So in a couple of days' time, 75 livestock rearers in Grenada is going to receive one animal, which they're going to use to breed with their locals. And it will happen over and over and over. So after a 3-year period, we should have enough pig, goat, and sheep in our country to feed ourselves and to have for export. That is the plan. It's the first time so many animals have been brought into the country. It was, I heard that 7 years ago, some came in. But you can't find them. But this time, Mr. Speaker, I made it quite clear that these animals are not for eating. They are for breeding. They are for reproduction. They are to ensure that over the next 3 years, we have enough meat from small ruminants to supply ourselves. And so, Mr. Speaker, we're going to sign an agreement with these 75 livestock farmers. An agreement with them. If the animal is lost or dead for whatever reason, they go pay. They have to give an explanation. How come the animal didn't dig? Because we want to make sure that the plan is in order. We have assisted those farmers with building the proper pens. We are training them in animal husbandry, how to take care of animals. But you wouldn't see these animals being tied by the roadside. That ain't gonna happen. It's not for that. It's a special breed. So over 3 years' time, we're going to have the Grenadian spice pig, the Grenadian spice goat, and the Grenadian spice sheep. That's the plan. And the spice rum too. Mr. Speaker, So that is the plan with the animal, and I hope I made myself clear. All we have to do now is to put our talent together and ensure the plan works. And I'm going to increase the number of vets who will be attending to those animals to ensure that the program is implemented, because the plan is there and you start to work it. So apart from that, Mr. Speaker, I was saying that we had large-scale distribution of planting materials, coconut, bananas, plantain, and root crops. Rainwater harvesting, we are investing heavily in rainwater harvesting. 20 shell houses with irrigation systems are being provided to selected farmers. I said before, 21,806 50-kilogram bags of fertilizers were sold to farmers.
Just hold on, Honorable MP.
Farm labor support
Honorable MP.
were implemented to assist
Honorable MP. I wouldn't repeat myself. Just proceed. Proceed, Honorable MP.
Thank you. 3 farm roads. Barrick Farm Road in St. Patrick, the one in Bacolet, and the Stand-Up Road in St. Mark's. They are being rehabilitated right now. Mr. Speaker, I heard talk about Pwede-Alasani, so let me tell you. In the area of Pwede-Alasani, 6 motorbikes and 500 security cameras have been procured. And right now we are interviewing 40 new staff to be recruited to improve the effectiveness of the Pwede-Alasani program. Mr. Speaker, the farm machinery pool in Maribo, and we're going to make Maribo the center for excellence in agriculture in this country. The farm machinery pool in Maribo is going to open, if not this month, next month. We have 1 soil sterilizer, 30 power tillers, 1 crane truck, 1 4x4 pickup vehicle. We have backhoe loader, 2 large tractors, 2 small tractors, and spare parts. And we have 2 trailers and subsoiler. They will come together this month to complement what I've just mentioned. So the farmers will be taken good care of. You say nothing happened in agriculture? Hear what is happening in agriculture. You mentioned cold storage. Mr. Speaker, sir, the design and specification of 4 cold storage units are being prepared, and they're going to use renewable energy technology. There will be 1 at Maribo Agricultural Station. There will be 1 for the Northeast Farmers Organization. There will be 1 at the Maribo Bishop International Airport. And there will be 1 for the farmers in Ladig, of course, my constituency. And that is to help reduce food waste and post-harvest loss, as well as to improve the quality of our agriculture that we produce. Mr. Speaker, our agro-processors, they too got some assistance. 200 of them received training and technical support and upgrades in the processing facilities. 10 medium and 25 small-sized agro-processors are to benefit from equipment. The equipment already here. And the Produce Chemistry Laboratory, they too would have received some additional equipment. In the fisheries component, Mr. Speaker, we have Mr. Rennie here, the mastermind of fisheries in this country. Mr. Rennie, stand up, let's see you, man. Stand up, let's see you, man. Let's see you, man. That's the brain. You must let our people know. Mr. Rennie, stand up, band off me. I have to stand up. Yeah, man, take a bow. We purchased and distributed 120 insulated fish boxes and 90 insulated fish bins throughout the country, including Carriacou. We purchased safety equipment, which will be distributed, 1 safety kit each, after the fisher folks will have received the training. We purchased repeaters to improve fish-to-shore communication, but they will be available for use once the towers have been repaired because they were destroyed in the hurricane. We purchased fishing aggregate devices material, the so-called FADs, and the FADs will be constructed in the sea. And the purpose of the FAD is to encourage or to ensure that you get a catch. You'll get a catch. We're going to construct some FADs There is one in Grenville, we're going to put one in Sautez and other parts of the country. And 2 5-ton ice-making machines have been ordered, and they're going to arrive in Grenada this month. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, things happening. Things happening. Things happening. So having said all that, I just want to make reference to other major projects that we have taking place in our country. Sometime this year, we're going to announce a Farmers Appreciation Day. It's about time we give our farmers in this country the appreciation that they deserve. With the support of the Chinese Agricultural Mission at Las Vegas, and I see Lucy is here. Lucy, stand up. You and your team, man. Take a bow. Yes, man. They have been helping us a lot with our agriculture. With their support, we are now with the 8th program. We have prepared the 9th program. But under the 8th program, we are going to open in Maribor a tissue culture plant. That will be done later on this month. A tissue culture plant in which we're going to produce disease-free plantlet for our farmers. And that is to boost agricultural production as well in our country. So thank you. Thank you, the mission. I'm looking forward to the 9th program. And that is in addition to all the equipment that they have given to us, all the seedlings and so forth that they have given to us. So I want you to look out for that ceremony we're going to have when the tissue culture plant will be officially launched. It will be on radio, and it will be on television. It will make the news. You know, Mr. Speaker, let me just say this. Too often, the good things that we do in this country are not known and are not heard. And we don't take time off to speak about the good things that we do in this country. We want to ensure, going forward, Mr. Speaker, that the good things that we do in this country are widely broadcasted for everybody to know, to see, and to learn, so that when you come to this parliament, you're not speaking with your feelings. You're not being normative, you're being positive. That's what the economists say. Normative economics and positive economics. Normative economics is based on what you would like to see, or what they tell you. Positive economics, and I'm a positive economist.
Yes.
Based on the numbers. You could see it, you could feel it, you could touch it. Good? So we go broadcast. We go broadcast it. Mr. Speaker, we are working through our cannabis committee. We are working to take to our parliament a bill to decriminalize marijuana in this country. And I see the secretary of the committee is here. Please stand and take a bow, Mr. Miles. Take a bow. So I'm lying. I'm not lying. I'm speaking the truth. For everything that I say, I could point it out. Speaking the truth. Speaking the truth, Mr. Speaker. And that will be a major development in this country. It will be a major development. So the bill, the policy, has already been approved by the cabinet. The bill is being prepared right now by the Ministry of Legal Affairs for the decriminalization. I use the word decriminalization, not legalization. Legalization is a different story. It will come down the road. But decriminalization bill is being prepared. And when it comes to the parliament, my friends, I want you all to listen. Because I will champion that bill in the parliament. So I want you all to listen and be part of the process. And don't go and speak about hearsay and they say. You must be here. Be here. So you can get the facts. So when you speak from the point of view of information. You get it from the horse's mouth. Mr. Speaker, we, in 2024, we would have established a land regularization program. And the purpose of that program is to give people in Grenada who have Crown lands, who are living on Crown lands, but they have no paper to show. Some of them have already paid for the land, but they have no title deed. They have no plan and they have no title deed. Some are paying and others are there with no title deed. Our aim, Mr. Speaker, is to regularize them. And regularize them simply means that we go to give them the plan and the deed in their hand, which says that they own that piece of land. Yeah? And with that ownership of the piece of land, they can improve the economic situation. Because they can now use that piece of paper and go to a financial institution and get a loan to build the house that they live, to build a proper house that they're living on, or to educate the child, or to open a business. Good? That's what you refer to as economic independence. So, and I mean, there are a lot of people that get in Grenada. The government gave them the land. The government said to them, go and study. Take that piece of land. But they give no title. If you have no title, you can't do nothing with the land. So, Mr. Speaker, hear this. The first batch, about 60 people are going to be receiving the plan and the deed for the piece of land that they've already paid for sometime early next month. And I asked the Prime Minister, Prime Minister, I want you to give them the plan and the deed from you. They must receive it from you. So the people in Lakalom, we're coming for you. And those who are all over the country who are on government Crown lands, we're going to give you your title deed to your land very, very soon. So you can feel good about yourself. Of course, Mr. Speaker, we are holding discussion to develop a very strong poultry industry in Grenada. The fundamental problem with poultry in this country, we already have two big poultry producers in Grenada and a large number of smaller producers. We want to be able, by the year 2030, to have at least 30% of the market for poultry in Grenada, because we consume a lot of poultry in this country. The problem with poultry is the price of feed. That is the problem. The price of feed. The price of feed is excessive. And what we're doing, Mr. Speaker, is that we are trying our best to see how we could bring down the price of feed so our farmers can compete and produce and compete with the imported poultry products. So we're working on that. So we're doing all these things, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to move on. I was told I have not much time left, because we have a lot to say. So when people come into this house and say nothing's happening in agriculture, you see what happened in agriculture? And I ain't done yet, you know? I ain't done yet. Under the Ministry of Economic Development and Planning, as part of the policy and legislative agenda, we completed the review of the 2017 Statistical Bill and Regulatory Framework. We completed the National Strategy for the Development of Statistics, and our aim is to transform and transition the Central Statistical Office into a National Statistics Institute. Good? So we're going to make it into a statutory body. We have allocated $325,000 US for scholarships for young Grenadians who want to study economics, study mathematics, study econometrics, and study statistics. There is a grant. All right? The cabinet approved it already. The Ministry of Education is going to implement it. $325,000. Each Grenadian can get up to $50,000 US grant to go and study as part of our drive to build our statistics department. 34 officers will benefit from training in advanced Excel. 12 IT and survey staff will be trained in a new statistical application. 3 officers from our unit will be trained by the UNCTAD in trade in services statistical information. And we have over 30 Grenadians right now who are well trained in post-disaster needs assessment. So when our next hurricane passes, we have the people here already who can conduct the assessment for us. Isn't that wonderful? That is a round of applause. We're fine. Yeah, that is a round of applause. Mr. Speaker, we've completed the census, and our population now stands, based on 2022 figures, our population now stands at 109,021. 54,542 are male, and 54,479 are female. Our population grew by 2.2% in 2020. Mr. Speaker, could I ask for another half an hour, please? Mr. Speaker, I just that. I have a right to tell to these people, to our people. I know, Mr. Speaker. Give me an hour, Mr. Speaker.
Listen, Honorable MP.
Yes, sir.
According to our standing orders, you can't be granted more than 15 minutes. You've asked for 15 minutes at the beginning. I now grant you 7 minutes.
No, Mr. Speaker, then I know.
I now grant you 7 minutes to finish.
I think I want to give him, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, our economy has been growing. Our inflation rate, Mr. Speaker, is 1.07%. We're talking about prices are high. Our CPI, which is the measure of prices in the country, it is 1.0.
Honorable, may I interrupt you? I think there is a misunderstanding here. When the bell went, the bell meant you have 10 minutes more.
Oh, 10 minutes
so
more.
in effect, you now have 17 minutes.
Right, thank you.
Proceed.
Thank you. And this year, we are going to undertake some more data collection on the creative economy so we could measure the contribution of the creative economy to our gross domestic product. Mr. Speaker, we have completed the tourism satellite accounts. And that tourism satellite accounts measures the direct contribution of the tourism industry to our GDP. And the figures is saying that tourism contributes $957 million to our gross domestic product, which is 31% of our GDP. And I just want to add very quickly, Mr. Speaker, that in 2025 we are going to continue with the Community Tourism Grant Funding Project, where we give up to 75,000 EC dollars to people, to Grenadians who want to enhance the tourism project. So all you have to do is go to the ministry, fill up a form, you get approved. I think last year, how many give us last year? Minister of Tourism? You can't remember, but I think when I was Minister of Tourism, I know I gave out 25. And in 2025, we increased the budget by 100%. So it's $2 million now we have to help our local people to build up, to develop the tourism product. And just to add in the creative industries as well, we have a loan grant scheme at the Green Development Bank. We have registered 600 new creatives this year. And the loan scheme, grant scheme is available for creatives who want to build on the creative industry. In the area of cooperatives, Mr. Speaker, I just want to mention briefly that we have completed a white paper to give productive cooperatives an act that is separate and apart from the financial cooperatives. Right now, they're under one act. But productive cooperatives are different from financial cooperatives. Yeah? Financial cooperatives are things like the credit union. The act that governs financial cooperatives can't govern the productive cooperatives. They are different. So we are working on giving the productive cooperatives a different act. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to turn to the rural economy and what we've been doing in the rural economy. Mr. Speaker, we have two main projects in the rural economy. The Basic Need Trust Fund, which is a grant from the Caribbean Development Bank. We are in program number 10, and Climate Smart Agriculture Enterprise Development, the SIAD. To start with BNTF, we are working on completing 3 major projects. The reconstruction of the Bonnet Bridge, it is 85% complete. By the end of this month, it should be completed. The renovation of the Victoria School for Special Education, it will be completed this year by June. The Block 5 in St. Dominic RC School, that too will be completed this year. Mr. Speaker, things happening.
Yes, yes.
Things happening. In 2025, we are going to start the BNTF 11, and we have asked for projects for BNTF 11. So all ministries who want to submit projects to BNTF, you can do so now, because we have another grant to start implementing for BNTF projects in 2011. As regards SIAP, the Climate Smart Agriculture and Rural Enterprise Program, just let me say to you, Mr. Speaker, that this program seeks to improve the livelihoods and resilience of beneficiaries by accessing new jobs, startups, or consolidating businesses, and adoption of climate-smart agricultural practices. Adoption of climate-smart agricultural practices. That's the way to go these days, because we are being affected by climate change, yeah? And therefore our farmers must know what are these climate-smart agricultural practices and how to implement them. Are we talking about travel? But let me say this. This climate-smart agriculture practice, Mr. Speaker, it is so important that this year we put $1 million in the budget, because I want the whole Ministry of Agriculture to go to the seminar, the 1-week seminar organized by CARICOM on CARICOM Agriculture. It's a CARICOM Agriculture seminar. In that seminar, we are going to learn about the latest developments in the agricultural sector, with a major focus on what are the climate-smart agricultural practices that we must know and we must implement. So I'm putting a warning now, right now, Mr. Speaker. So come September, the Ministry of Agriculture will be half full, because the staff would be attending that seminar in St. Kitts. We budget for it. So when we travel abroad, we ain't traveling just so. We're traveling for knowledge, to bring back to our country so we could better develop our agricultural sector. And I already tell EPS, I told him, because we already received the correspondence from CARICOM, get the staff in place, prepare the staff. We're going to St. Kitts to learn about these climate-smart agricultural practices. Our extension officers must know them, our farmers must know them, and our farmers must practice them, so when the next hurricane passes, Mr. Speaker, we could deal with it. We ain't going to suffer all these losses anymore. Good? So, SIAP has 3 components: business development, climate-smart agriculture, they have it too, and enhanced direct funding. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say to you that 480 people benefited from the SIAP program in 2024. So let me tell you, as of September 2024, 92 local farmers and medium-sized contractors were trained. 52 in St. Patrick's, 15 in Carriacou, 12 in St. John's, 12 in St. George's. Good? They were trained in how to bid to win. Bid to win. So it's a workshop that assists them in knowing how to do the bidding process, how to bid for a project. Good? So yes, we had this year, under the Community Tourism Funding Project, 15 got approved, each received $75,000 each. Things happening! Things happening! A lot of things happening! Let me tell you, 327 beneficiaries access grant financing for their businesses under the SIEP. 93 beneficiaries access business grant funding to develop their businesses. 40 beneficiaries started business operations in various sectors: manufacturing, poultry, agribusiness, health and wellness, animal husbandry, among others. 66 beneficiaries who access grant financing received training in risk management, business continuity, contingency planning, costing and pricing, record keeping, payroll administration, packaging and labeling, inventory management, preparation of tax documents. So we're only giving you money. We're teaching you how to manage. We're teaching you how to manage. And we're giving you after sales service as well. Good? Under the Climate Smart Agriculture, Mr. Speaker, 337 community members, 218 male, 119 female, including 98 4-H students, received Climate Smart Agriculture Awareness Sessions. 143 beneficiaries received Climate Smart Agriculture and Fishing Extension Support Services. 17 beneficiaries, both farmers and entrepreneurs, received marketing support. 666 Climate Smart Agriculture grants were completed, and 1 Climate Smart Agriculture 4-H shade houses that commenced in 2024 at the St. Mary's Irish School in Lafayette. This was a big program. This was a big session. Good. And going forward, Mr. Speaker, under the Climate Smart Agriculture infrastructure, we have irrigation and farm road access. Good. We have tender documents prepared for irrigation for Conference, Lapotry, Shambo, Bella Road, Limley, and Dumfries in Kareku. Mr. Speaker, we completed the Grantham Farm Access Road. I was there. Me and Minister Ron Renan, we opened that road. And Mr. Speaker, when we opened that road, you know what happened? The road, nice. It was 1 seat. After everybody was paid, we had nobody on the road. After everybody was paid, Mr. Speaker, we had a savings of $800,000. You know, so I had to think, I say, $800,000 savings, and everybody get paid? We didn't make no change to the document, no correction, the roads, everything, but it was paid. So $800,000 savings. What might have happened to that savings? The Closing Farm Road, Mr. Speaker, we have done work on that as well. We have implemented the Boys to Men's program. We held 10 weeks, over a 10-week period. That program, there were various topics including gender-based violence, respectful behavior, and coping skills. And 17 young men between the ages of 12 to 18 were supported in St. Patrick's. Good? We're doing things, Mr. Speaker. The Rural Development Unit, it provided support to 3 major components under the Enhanced Direct Access Project. And that project is funded by the Green Climate Fund. The Grenada Community Development Agency, GrenCoda, we spent $652,000 to construct an additional level of the building in Maki, and that will be served as an emergency center. The program for adolescent mothers, we enhanced their roof at a cost of $716,000. TAMCC, we fixed their roof for them. Good. The Grenada School for Special Education, we are also fixing their roof for them. Good. And In 2025, Mr. Speaker, we have a number of projects to be implemented, both of the business enterprise development and, of course, on the climate smart agriculture. So, Mr. Speaker, what I want to say to you, I just want to elaborate a little bit more on that hydroponic project, because I remember some time ago, the Minister for St. Mark's asked about the project. So let me tell you about this project. The objective is to introduce modern innovations in agriculture at an early age. 15 schools in Grenada and Carriacou are going to be part of that program. Good. Each school receives a hydroponic system with a planting capacity of 300 plants. Yeah? Technical training will be provided to the 4-H school, to the 4-H leaders, the 4-H officers, to the principals and other staff. Good? So the 15 schools, we expect a minimum of 300 children to benefit. And I want to tell you which the schools are. The schools are the Woburn Methodist School. Minister from St. Mark's, you listen to me. Thank you. You've been well informed, MP. The South St. George Government School, the St. George's Methodist School in River Road, the Constantine Methodist School, the Happy Hill RC School, the St. Peter's RC School, the Bonner Government School, the St. Patrick Anglican, the Committee's Government School, the Tivoli RC School, the Paracle Government School, the Boscombe RC School, the Munich RC School, the St. Teresa RC School, and the Mount Pleasant Government School. Things happening. We're doing things. We're reaching the people. Direct. We're reaching the people.
100% max.
So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say this to you. In March of this year, SIEP will end. Good? But we're going to replace SIEP with a new program, with funding from IFAD and with funding from FAO. Good? And that new program is called Resilience Integration Program Promoting Environmental Sustainability, and the initials are RIPES, RIPES. It is the same staff that we have at SIEP that will continue to implement this program. And of course, we do have a number of programs to be implemented there. So let me move fast, Mr. Speaker, and speak about the blue economy. We're going to create a new ministry, which is called the Ministry of the Blue Economy and Marine Affairs. And I will be the minister of that new ministry. And the permanent secretary is going to be Mr. Javon Williams. Javon, stand up, man. Talk about it. Good. We have our staffing in place. 5 minutes, please.
I can't. You need to wind up.
So let me wind up.
I can grant you any more time.
So let me wind up. So why not, Mr. Speaker, let me just say a few things about my constituency. For my constituency, St. Andrews Southwest, and I must thank the people because they like me and they support me. We had 20 planned office sessions, meetings. Good? Apart from the numerous formal and informal community interactions with constituents. 80 constituents were seen during those planned office sessions.
Honorable MP, you need to just wind up.
So I'm winding up.
No reporting.
No more reporting. All right, Mr. Speaker. Good. So, Mr. Speaker, let me wind up by saying this. I want to end my presentation, Mr. Speaker, by leaving you with one word. One word. One word that can transform societies and improve the lives of all Grenadians. One word that can change the world. One word that we must all embrace because it's good for us. One word that must be placed at the service of humanity. Mr. Speaker, that word is ideas. Ideas. This government, Mr. Speaker, is a government of ideas. New ideas. And action. That's why we're going on. Vision, with ideas and action. And so, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity we have to bring new ideas to this country and to transform Grenada into a peaceful, meaningful, developed nation where other peoples of the world can be proud of and we can be an example for others to emulate and to follow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable MP for St. Andrews Southwest. And I now invite the Honorable MP for St. George's Southeast to make his presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give full support to the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the fiscal year January to December 2025, as presented by the Minister for Finance on March 7th in the sum of $1,912,872,014 under the theme Vision 75, Grenada Resilient and Rising. I do so, Mr. Speaker, in my capacity as parliamentary representative for the constituency of St. George Southeast and as minister within the Ministry of Health. Mr. Speaker, my presentation will set out arguments why I support the budget and in particular defend the allocation of $159.2 million allocated to the Ministry of Health. During my presentation, Mr. Speaker, I will highlight some of our achievements in 2024, identify some of the challenges we encountered, and argue why it is necessary to support the budget allocation to the Ministry of Health. I will also, Mr. Speaker, debunk the notion of mismanagement, self-interest, and incompetence as erroneously presented by the leader of the opposition. I will explain, Mr. Speaker, why the government is allocating $94.4 million to recurrent expenditure, inclusive of $15.6 million to administration, $18 million to community health, $3.6 million to Princess Alice Hospital, $2.5 million to Princess Royal Hospital, and $54.6 million to the General Hospital. Mr. Speaker, I will also explain why the government is allocating $64.8 million towards capital expenditure, inclusive of $15 million towards hospital quality improvement, $23.6 million towards Project Polaris, the construction of a brand new state-of-the-art hospital, plus the $25 million US allocated towards Project Polaris Special Fund at the ECCB. I will also explain, Mr. Speaker, why $7.0 million is allocated towards the health sector strengthening and transitioning, $1.5 million towards the hospital statutorization, and $2.4 million, Mr. Speaker, towards the national health insurance captured under Vote 20. Mr. Speaker, for some, our goals may seem overly ambitious, but may I inform you, Mr. Speaker, that this budget is anchored in the words of Scripture in the book of Zechariah chapter 4, verse 6, and I quote, "It is not by might, nor by power, but by my Spirit, saith the Lord of hosts." I now turn my attention, Mr. Speaker, to the achievements that we have been able to do during the year 2024. Sowing the seeds of transformation. Mr. Speaker, during 2024, the Ministry of Health was able to erect the foundation on which the seeds of transformation will begin to germinate. Mr. Speaker, there was a sharp focus on standardization of practices during the year 2024, which saw the introduction of the HEARTS initiative in primary health care and the ongoing work in hospital services to develop departmental protocols. These, Mr. Speaker, we consider as bedrock towards the transformation process. Mr. Speaker, the engagement of the Mount Sinai hospital systems in the latter part of 2024. That, Mr. Speaker, is a relevant and timely step towards the transformation process. During 2024, Mr. Speaker, 3 additional community doctors were hired to facilitate the extension of hours of service at the Grandance Medical Station, Grove Health Center, and Surtees Health Center. Health information systems. Mr. Speaker, during 2024, we saw the digitalization of surveillance operations with the implementation of the District Health Information System, DHIS2. We are happy to report that, Mr. Speaker, that there is now weekly communicable disease reporting, case-based surveillance for arboviruses, and a complaints module, Mr. Speaker, is implemented for environmental health. Mr. Speaker, during the year 2024, we implemented the Civil Registry Information System under the DG4R project, the Digital Government for Resilience project. This project, Mr. Speaker, aims to digitalize the civil registry, and that is significantly advanced. We are happy to report, Mr. Speaker, that PricewaterhouseCoopers completed the information gathering phase and submitted the draft software requirement specification document for review. So, Mr. Speaker, the foundation, Mr. Speaker, has been laid for takeoff. Nursing and midwifery education. Mr. Speaker, I wish to state to this Honorable House that healthcare is built with the hands, the useful and helpful hands, and the thinking minds of our healthcare professionals. That is why, Mr. Speaker, our endeavor is to continue to push for education, training, and continuous professional development within the service. And you will see throughout my presentation, Mr. Speaker, that significant efforts are made towards the professional development of our people within the service. The General Nursing Program, Mr. Speaker, is delivered by the St. George's University. A total of 21 candidates, Mr. Speaker, sat the regional examination for nurses registration, the RNR examination, during the period 2024. 20 of those candidates, Mr. Speaker, succeeded, and most of them were able to attain employment within the system. A total of 32 candidates, Mr. Speaker, are also eligible to sit the said exam this year, 2025, I now take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to wish those candidates every success for their exams. The RENAR serves to ensure that nurses have the competencies and skills required to provide quality care to the people of the region in their capacity as registered nurses. Mr. Speaker, during the period, 25 registered nurses commenced training in the 12-month midwifery program during the period. This program, Mr. Speaker, is run by the Ministry of Health in collaboration with the T.A. Marisho Community College through an MOU with the college. One ward manager, Mr. Speaker, in Carriacou successfully completed the Family Nurse Practitioners Program in Jamaica. This program, Mr. Speaker, is a 2-year program in duration, and the qualification is at the master's level. Mr. Speaker, during the year, one staff nurse successfully completed training in critical care nursing specialized area at the University Hospital of the West Indies, Jamaica campus. The duration of the program, Mr. Speaker, was a period of 1 year. Also, one staff nurse successfully completed training in operating room nursing in Jamaica. This nurse, Mr. Speaker, was awarded 2nd place in clinical work and was also awarded for the best case study in her program. She obtained an A grade overall, and we offer commendation to her. Also, Mr. Speaker, one registered nurse successfully completed training in nephrology in Jamaica. Further, a registered nurse successfully completed training in post-basic psychiatric nursing in Jamaica. Except for the 4 above, Mr. Speaker, except for the ward manager, Mr. Speaker, except for the ward manager, all of the nurses were funded via a scholarship provided by the government of Grenada to the tune of $115,292 in total. So, Mr. Speaker, the argument here is about setting forward to us the platform for the taking off of healthcare in Grenada. We understand, Mr. Speaker, the condition within which healthcare currently exists. You would recognize, Mr. Speaker, we are talking about specialized area of care, not simply general nursing, but we want to ensure, Mr. Speaker, throughout the entire system, we have specialists to be able to handle care at varying levels throughout the system. I continue, Mr. Speaker. 4 nurses completed a Bachelor's of Science degree in nursing online at the Edinburgh Naipaul University in Scotland, England. 10 nursing assistants who possess the entry requirements for the general nursing program were awarded scholarships by the government of Grenada to pursue the program at the St. George's University. 12 nurses attended training courses in China. And we thank the Chinese government for their continued support. One nurse participated in a course held in Japan on the improvement of mental health and psychosocial support system in disaster situations as part of the Japan International Agency program, the JICA program. I now turn my attention, Mr. Speaker, to Central Medical Stores. Central Medical Stores, Mr. Speaker, is a facility or the component within the system in which medical supplies are procured and disseminated throughout the system. Mr. Speaker, I am happy to report that medicine availability at central medical stores was rated at 93% for the year 2024, which means, Mr. Speaker, for the year there has been significant improvement in that area. The question is why this is so. This is so, Mr. Speaker, because we are able to hire the CMS manager and also add a suppliers officer. We saw some improvement also, Mr. Speaker, in general processing time for requisitions. And we continue to work with the team to ensure even greater efficiency within the system. Mr. Speaker, several standard operating procedures were developed for the central medical stores for the various components, including procuring, receiving, storing, delivery of medication, and cleaning. We also, Mr. Speaker, saw it fit to do a general cleanup of that place at Mungie, Central Medical Stores. We were able to remove a lot of expired and broken equipment to create some more space. Mr. Speaker, we also were able to develop a national list of medicines within the public sector. And this, Mr. Speaker, enabled us to be able to keep track on what our what are the medicines that are most frequently used in the system so that we will not run out of it. That national list, Mr. Speaker, is extremely important to ensure that we stay on track with diseases as they come forward and we are able to supply the medications to combat any of these diseases as they happen. I now turn my attention, Mr. Speaker, to the pharmacy. Mr. Speaker, 5 pharmacists received training in leadership and management. 2 junior pharmacists received training in epidemiology for global health through the University of Washington. We moved, Mr. Speaker, we were able to move the hospital pharmacy from its past location down to the ground floor of phase 2 of the hospital in November. We were successfully able to do that, Mr. Speaker, without interrupting service delivery. Mr. Speaker, we are able to compile SOP for preparing for and responding to disasters and emergencies. Ongoing work also continue on the development of a draft drug control policy. Mr. Speaker, during the year, a review was conducted on the work of the Pharmacy Council, its institutional and legislative framework. A report was submitted, Mr. Speaker, for action. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm taking you through the various departments in a methodical way so that you understand, Mr. Speaker, at every level in the system, we are doing something, we're laying the foundation, sowing the seeds for the transformation. Laboratory services. Mr. Speaker, the engagement of Accreditation Canada to lead the process of accreditation of our hospital laboratory is ongoing. We were able, Mr. Speaker, to recruit a quality manager for the laboratory, and we were able during the period to also implement some new tests. And we continue, Mr. Speaker, we are able to collaborate with St. George's University Students Group for a blood donation drive. Radiology. Mr. Speaker, training of midwives in obstetrics, ultrasound, through our collaboration with Rad Aid, we are able to do that. We are able to receive the donation of 2 ultrasound units. We also received 10 points of care ultrasound systems. Dialysis. Mr. Speaker, within that unit, dialysis unit, we are able to install a new water system. And oncology, Mr. Speaker, we are able to install a new chemotherapy mixing chamber. Medical services. Mr. Speaker, during the period, we were able to hire 26 new staff, 4 medical specialists, 17 house doctors, 1 radiographer, 2 medical technicians, and 2 physiotherapists. The Mungay facility, Mr. Speaker, we moved the number of staff there from 3 to 7. We now have 4 house officers, 2 physicians, and 1 registrar. The Princess Alice Hospital, we increased the number to 8. We now have 7 house officers and 1 registrar. Community mental health program, Mr. Speaker, we're happy to report that we are able to implement at the 6 health centers throughout the state of Grenada, mental health unit, mental health care is now available throughout all the 6 health centers. Training opportunities, Mr. Speaker. 4 doctors received training in acute trauma life support within the accident and emergency unit. Mr. Speaker, you recognize again, these are critical areas within which we must train and develop our people. Customer service training, if you want to call it patient care training, that was conducted system-wide. We engaged a consultant who assisted us, Mr. Speaker, to train our staff system-wide. We expect to do the same, to repeat the same exercise this year until we get to that place of comfort. Neonatal care training, we conducted that through, or that was conducted through the World Pediatrics. Also, Mr. Speaker, we had 8 doctors awarded scholarship to specialize in the following areas: psychiatry, urology, internal medicine, and orthopedics in Cuba. Also, Mr. Speaker, internal medicine, anesthesia, and critical care and orthopedics, that training was conducted in Guyana. UE for medical emergencies, medical medicine. So, Mr. Speaker, again, we want to show that what we are doing, Mr. Speaker, within the system is laying the foundation, because we recognize, Mr. Speaker, what we met in the system, Mr. Speaker, must be transformed. We must take it to a desired place before we are able to talk about improvement. So, Mr. Speaker, I now want to turn my attention to the medical missions, and I do not have all of them listed here, but I just want to highlight just a few. And as we speak, Mr. Speaker, we have what we call the Grenada Medical Mission. They are right on ground. Over 50 people are here right now. They're doing hundreds of surgeries this week and reaching people in the various communities and assisting in ensuring that our population remains healthy. That medical mission, Mr. Speaker, is in collaboration with the St. George's Baptist Church. That is happening as we speak. And we thank them. We also thank, Mr. Speaker, we thank all medical missions, Mr. Speaker, that have visited the shores of Grenada during the year 2024. We thank them, and we continue to do all in our power to work with them to ensure that we have a smooth entry of our professionals as they come to assist us in those areas. These missions, Mr. Speaker, are critical missions because they fill the gaps that our system is not able to fill in specialized areas in particular. We want to thank the SGU. We want to thank World Pediatrics, CHOS, the State of Palestine, and the Alliance of Jamaica and American Humanitarians. And Mr. Speaker, there are many more, but we want to thank all of them for their contribution towards the development of healthcare in Grenada. Mr. Speaker, I would now want to turn my attention towards the dental department. The dental department has made significant progress in delivering quality patient care and expanding our services in 2024. Key highlights include the increase in patient care, successful implementation of new programs, and a focus on staff training and development. Mr. Speaker, during the period, we had a total of 19 staff members, 6 dental surgeons, 1 maxillofacial surgeon, 12 dental assistants. Dental services, Mr. Speaker, we are happy to report that the restoration of dental services in Guelph and Victoria, after a number of years, we now have dental services in Guelph and Victoria. There's also an addition of a new dental surgeon to the department, so that again is a plus for us, having a dental surgeon. We also, during the period, was able to conduct a successful dental health motorcade that was held, and to create awareness for the population, including a dental health walk, which happened, and a quiz, which was conducted under the theme, A Happy Mouth, A Happy Body. And that was conducted around World Oral Health Day. Mr. Speaker, the dental health department was able to hold a dental health retreat as part of the continuing professional development at the Poyaba Beach Resort that happened last year. The installation and commissioning of 7 new top-of-the-line dental units, DCI Edge, and that is one of the top leading dental systems in the world today. We are able to install 7 of those around the country. All right. We continue, Mr. Speaker, to participate. The dental health department continue to participate in the school health program, and that again is an ongoing process. Environmental health. Mr. Speaker, approval was given for the introduction of the new food handlers certification program. This entails participating in mandatory training programs, doing medical checks, and receiving a new food handler's ID. All right, so that is new. The program right now is running simultaneously with the old program until we get to where we need to go. But the training for this, to get certified, training can be acquired on the PAHO virtual website, so you can do it there, or the Ministry of Health can provide the training. To date, we have 14 food handlers duly certified and gotten the IDs to handle food. Complaints investigation by environmental health. Mr. Speaker, complaints investigation continues to be a major part of environmental health, and several complaints were received during the period throughout every district. What we continue to do, we work with our legal advice to take some of these matters to court, and so we hopefully this year some of these matters will crystallize in the court if no action is taken by those who are offending the system. While the department made some strides regarding establishment of a protocol for taking matters to court, this continues to be a major challenge. So we're going to work on that this year, and we expect to see some results. Following Hurricane Beryl, Mr. Speaker, environmental health made some significant strides. You will recall that there was a dengue outbreak, Mr. Speaker. We were able to move expeditiously with the help and support of CAFA, getting some fogging machines and all of that, and we were able to respond rather quickly and rapidly on the islands of Carriacou, Petit Martinique, as well as Grenada to curb that. And by December, by the Christmas weekend, we had 0 new cases. So we made some significant progress there. Illegal dumping. Illegal dumping of garbage and white goods continue to be a major concern throughout the island. The department responded to several complaints of this nature. Mr. Speaker, we need to be a little more responsible as far as that is concerned. The department will step up its efforts in the new year. We continue to work with the Grenada Solid Waste Management Authority to curb this problem. An inventory of illegal dumping sites has also been compiled by the Environmental Health Department, and cleanup action has happened. We continue to monitor these sites and ensure that we curb this problem in collaboration with the Solid Waste Management Authority. Community Nursing Department. Mr. Speaker, several men's health clinic and other outreach activities were conducted during the period. And we continue, Mr. Speaker, to champion men's health and other problems within the system. And so we want to commend Community Nursing Department for their continued work. Mr. Speaker, during Hurricane Beryl, the department worked assiduously with Carriacou and Petit Martinique in particular, and also the northern part of the island, to bring things under control to ensure that services were not too badly interrupted, notwithstanding the destruction of the health facilities in Carriacou and Petit Martinique. We also pause, Mr. Speaker, to thank the Samaritan Purse for their quick and immediate response. The department, Mr. Speaker, during the period was able to do some pop-up clinics around the island to ensure that they respond to situations. I just want to say within that department also, Mr. Speaker, we had 165 staff successfully completed the PAHO online training. I just want to always speak about these trainings because that is where we want to, that is what we will use to transform the system. Receipt of supplies for community health. We were able to receive, Mr. Speaker, 10 automated external defibrillators, 14 43-inch television, and those television sets are necessary for the display of important information to patients as they come into the system. 15 desktop computers to enable greater efficiency with work, 9 laptops, 6 portable ultrasound machines, and 11 oxygen concentrators were received during the period. I'll skip some of these things. Mr. Speaker, we now turn our attention to the challenges in healthcare. Mr. Speaker, I want to say to us that healthcare in Grenada has not improved to the level that my government wants to see. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, we are sowing the seeds to ensure that we transform healthcare in Grenada. So, Mr. Speaker, not because we are sitting in the chair. We understand and I recognize, Mr. Speaker, that ultimate responsibility rests with me. But I will not come, Mr. Speaker, and lie to the nation and boast that healthcare has improved when it has not. That, Mr. Speaker, is the character trait of the previous administration. But this government, Mr. Speaker, is very close friend with the truth. Mr. Speaker, as a caring and responsible government, we reaffirm our commitment to transforming our health care system into the healthcare capital of the Eastern Caribbean, and we are proud to say that, Mr. Speaker. Recognizing that central to quality healthcare in Grenada is our healthcare professionals, our people. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, we insist on training and professional development throughout the entire system. Mr. Speaker, we inherited a badly broken healthcare system with acute shortage of human resources, acute shortage of human resources in all areas within the system. And the thing is, Mr. Speaker, we cannot simply pull someone off the street to put them to work in healthcare, because it takes, Mr. Speaker, between 5 to 10 years to train people to work within the system. But, Mr. Speaker, this government met an attrition policy in place within the Ministry of Health, in which for every 10 persons that leave the system, the ministry was allowed to hire only 3. This policy, Mr. Speaker, created a rapid decline in the availability of professionals within the system. Added to that, Mr. Speaker, there was no provision.
Hold on, Honorable MP. Proceed, please.
Thanks. So I hope I get back my 5 minutes. Added to that, Mr. Speaker, there was no provision for succession planning. Absolutely none. And as a result of this, Mr. Speaker, we saw some of our most senior and well-experienced professionals leave the system with no one trained to fill those positions. That is what we are confronted with at this moment, Mr. Speaker. And the problem continues. Mr. Speaker, at the General Hospital, there are 3 reporting lines: administration, nursing, and medical services. Mr. Speaker, this in itself is a problem because it leaves a massive gap for passing the blame and escaping responsibility. Because overall responsibility at the hospital, Mr. Speaker, doesn't rest currently with any single individual. It rests with the PS at the Ministry of Health, who does not work at the General Hospital. And ultimate responsibility, Mr. Speaker, rests with the Minister. But, Mr. Speaker, if nothing is reported, the PS won't know, the Minister won't know, and that's the harsh reality. But, Mr. Speaker, that system is a recipe for disaster. There should be a single head at the General Hospital where responsibility rests. That Chief Executive Officer. Mr. Speaker, did you know that if you wish to hire a medical doctor, a nurse, a biomedical engineer, ambulance driver or cleaner, or any support staff within the hospital, that the application must be forwarded to the Department of Public Administration to decide whether or not to hire that person? Did you know that, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, did you know that if any significant work has to be undertaken at the hospital, that approval must be first obtained from the corresponding ministry within the public service? In essence, Mr. Speaker, most of the significant execution of work happens by another ministry. This, Mr. Speaker, is problematic in itself. Mr. Speaker, healthcare in Grenada has been in poor shape for many years, many decades, Mr. Speaker. This, Mr. Speaker, is the very first government in recent memory to take decisive action to arrest the healthcare challenges and confront us as a people. And I will tell you why shortly. Mr. Speaker, this government did not waste time blaming the previous administration for the poor state of affairs that we met when we took office. Deplorable as it was, Mr. Speaker, we saddled our horses, put our hands to work, and our minds engaged in thinking. But, Mr. Speaker, you will recall that many years ago, a famous doctor from the parish of St. Mark became the Minister for Health, Mr. Speaker. And all of Grenada breathed a sigh of relief at that point in time. But, Mr. Speaker, that sigh of relief was short-lived because the baby was too heavy for her hands. She left it, Mr. Speaker, and took up the Ministry of Tourism. That's the reality. Mr. Speaker, the challenges of healthcare are real and it cannot be wished away. It cannot be fixed overnight. There must be, Mr. Speaker, deliberate, decisive, and sustained efforts to transform healthcare in Grenada. And I repeat, there must be deliberate, decisive, and sustained efforts to transform healthcare in Grenada. And this government, Mr. Speaker, is backing its efforts with a budget of $159.2 million and a set of transformative initiatives for this purpose. During 2025, Mr. Speaker, we will advance several critical initiatives to strengthen healthcare, improve service delivery, and lay the foundation for a transformative future through the following initiatives. 1, hospital quality improvement. In partnership with the Mount Sinai Hospital systems. Mr. Speaker, the government of Grenada, through the Ministry of Health, has embarked on a hospital quality improvement initiative with the help of Mount Sinai Hospital systems, one of the largest teaching hospitals in the United States. A comprehensive needs assessment and quality improvement initiative of our current healthcare system is currently underway. This, Mr. Speaker, will guide the development of the new hospital and broader health sector reforms. Mr. Speaker, this initiative is backed by a budget of $15 million. When this process is complete, Mr. Speaker, we expect to see significant steps taken towards a well-structured and effectively managed healthcare system. As a responsible government, Mr. Speaker, we recognize that it is important to make decisive cultural and operational shifts before we move into the new hospital. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, these seeds of transformation is being sown now. Because, Mr. Speaker, we cannot simply take old wine and put into new wineskins. Mr. Speaker, during the presentation by the leader of the opposition, she posited that 3 years is enough time for the implementation of national health insurance. But, Mr. Speaker, 23 years was not enough. Mr. Speaker, NHI is important, because it ensures equitable access to health care. Because, Mr. Speaker, health care is very expensive, and we must find ways to be able to finance health care. Having a plan without a mechanism to back it up, to finance it, Mr. Speaker, is, as it were, spinning top in mud. To this end, I wish to state that national health insurance is our top priority. In 2025, we will move expeditiously to advance the legislative and institutional framework needed for the implementation of NHI. This will include finalizing the insurance coverage model, stakeholder consultation, and public awareness. Mr. Speaker, a budget of $2.4 million is set aside for this purpose. Mr. Speaker, I now turn my attention to the statutorization of the General Hospital. Mr. Speaker, we are happy to announce that the Ministry of Health has received Cabinet's approval to proceed with the statutorization of the 3 state-owned hospitals. Mr. Speaker, this initiative is designed to assist in arresting some of the problems identified earlier, cut through some of the unnecessary bureaucracy, and set the platform for greater accountability and efficiency throughout the entire system. To this end, Mr. Speaker, a statutorization transition board has been identified and in terms of reference developed. Mr. Speaker, the transition board will be led by a well-known and well-experienced transformation leader, our own Lucia Livingston Andel, and a cross-section of well-seasoned professionals. We expect that the transition board will commence activities from the 1st of April 2025. Mr. Speaker, we understand that statutorization by itself is not the answer to all our healthcare challenges, but helps to set the platform for the transformation of the system. To this end, Mr. Speaker, a budget of $1.5 million has been allocated, along with $7 million for health sector transitioning and strengthening. I now turn my attention, Mr. Speaker, to Project Polaris, the construction of a brand new state-of-the-art medical and teaching hospital. Mr. Speaker, the leader of His Majesty opposition in her deliberations referred to the construction of the state-owned of the new teaching hospital as something that is cosmetic and superficial in thinking. Can you imagine that, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, one of the most transformative initiatives on our healthcare agenda is the construction of a brand new state-of-the-art teaching hospital for all of Grenada. The new hospital, Mr. Speaker, will be designed to offer a higher standard of care, expand specialist services, improve diagnostic capabilities. And so, Mr. Speaker, in 2025, we will focus on the finalizing of key aspects of the design and the financing model. We hope, Mr. Speaker, to break ground during the first half of 2026. Mr. Speaker, for 2024, an amount of $23.6 million has been allocated for this project, Project Polaris. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, the Cabinet has approved the establishment of a special fund which will be held at the East Caribbean Central Bank in the sum of $25 million. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, a small percentage of the National Transformation Fund receipts will be set aside monthly commencing June 2025 after finalizing the legal requirements. Mr. Speaker, I now turn my attention to the constituency of St. George Southeast. I take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to thank the members of my constituency, St. George Southeast, for the support that they have given to me over the last 12 months. I also thank them, Mr. Speaker, for their prayerful support during my period of illness. Mr. Speaker, during the period 2024, notwithstanding that I suffered a flat tire for several months, we were able to build 33 new houses. 35 bathrooms and toilets, 62 house repairs, 40 sets of materials given out to different residents. A total of 170 households receive support from the constituency. Mr. Speaker, these were done in various villages throughout the constituency, including Marion, St. Paul's, Laborie, Mount Airy, Springs, Lotus Lane, The Bocas, Monjaloo, Paddock, Calivini, Hopevale, and Coboton. Community development. Mr. Speaker, in our bid to enhance safety and accessibility throughout the constituency, we constructed several drains, roads, and retaining walls in the following areas. Coboton Road, we were able to do some widening and drainage in that area. Laborie, concrete roads, curb wall, and slipper drains. Hopevale, we were able to do some work there also, new road and a footpath. Therefore, we were able to do some roads, slipper drains, Creighton, box drain, Confor, road construction, the Bocas, retaining wall, Coco Road, road widening, drainage, and back wall construction, Golden Drive, road repair and drainage, cleaning and widening of the Hopevale by road, and more. Mr. Speaker, during the period, just to sum it up, we were able to do 20 slipper drains, 15 box drains or storm drains, 17 new roads, and 10 asphalt pavings. Sport development. Community sport facilities and events receive robust funding to encourage youth participation and enhance local amenities. Mr. Speaker, we were able to do some temporary lighting at the Library playing field until we do the permanent, which we will do sometime this year. And that was to facilitate night activities at the playing field. Repair of lights at the Library indoor sporting facilities. Purchase of new goalposts for the Library playing field. Purchase of new roofing materials for the indoor facility at Library. Contribution towards the Mount Airy Sports Club. Tents, tables, chairs for Mongelo RC School Sports. We are able to do, Mr. Speaker, some skill training for people. And in particular, Mr. Speaker, we have anti-drug campaign running throughout the constituency. And as part of it, Mr. Speaker, we did anti-drug and violent control. And so we are able to do a martial art program that run for 3 months, capturing the young ones from age 7 to 15. Community engagement, social events and festivities. We are engaged in some of that, Mr. Speaker, in our bid to continue to strengthen our cultural heritage. We are able to do, in December, Mr. Speaker, we are able to do the Christmas Begins in Southeast extravaganza. It was done at the Library Crossroad. We were able to do some cultural presentations, award to a number of citizens who made a contribution in so many different ways. We were able to award our citizens for that. We did toy distribution, hampers, and refreshments for the children. So we were able to do quite a lot there. The Guy Fawkes, we continue to do that in collaboration with Comancheros as we continue to support Comancheros and what they've been doing as a leading steel band in the country. Community facilities upgrade. Mr. Speaker, we assisted some of the schools also. We did AC units for the Mongelo Primary School. It was pretty hot on the inside. We looked at it, and we recognized that, well, I guess because of the shape of the school and how it is situated, the circulation of air was very prohibitive. And so we were able to assist the school with some new AC units. We did some fans for the St. Paul's Government School. Also, we give them a digital printer to assist the school in being able to set the exams and to print materials so the children can learn in a more comfortable environment. We did, Mr. Speaker, for the Marian Preschool, we did the fencing and windows for the school. Also for the community center, we did some repair work at the community center library. And throughout the constituency, we were able to erect some LED lights. Mr. Speaker, just in wrapping up now, I just want to run through some of the plans for 2025 for the constituency. We want to upgrade the St. Paul's Community Center, as we want to do some renovations to the physical structure. That's one of the oldest centers that we have. It's a large center. We can do much more with it for skill training purposes and so on. So we want to do some repairs system-wide throughout the entire facility. The indoor basketball court, Mr. Speaker, we want to make this one of the top-of-the-line indoor facility in the region. We have what it takes to do that. The structure is there in place, and what we need to do now is to upgrade it, add some more seatings, pave the floor properly, restore the gym, the toilet facilities, the roof, and so much other to be done there. The Library playing field, Mr. Speaker, we got to install the permanent lighting as well as construction of a pavilion. Bus stops, we have a few a few areas that we've identified for the construction of bus stops, so you're going to see that happening soon. Throughout the constituency, we will be erecting some bus stops. The Good Hope playing field, Mr. Speaker, in collaboration with the parliamentary representative for St. George Northeast, we are going to be installing the roofing system at that facility and do some renovations. So we work jointly. The Mount Airy playing field, Mr. Speaker, has been an eyesore for some time now. We need to have it leveled. We had a little setback last year. This year, we're going to get it done. Education and training, Mr. Speaker, we continue on that front. This year we just identified 2 for now, but hopefully we'll be able to do some more. We want to do some electrical training and plumbing training to bring people, some of those who are interested, into alignment. So we've already identified the trainers, and hopefully we would be able to do that. With just a few seconds on the clock, Mr. Speaker, I utter my thanks and grateful appreciation. I thank my constituents, Mr. Speaker, as well as the constituency office for your continued prayer and your best wishes and your support as we continue to work together to build our beautiful nation. Mr. Speaker, I thank also the management and staff at the Ministry of Health for your support and discipline which you have demonstrated over the last 12 months. Mr. Speaker, I thank the Prime Minister and all of Cabinet for your support and teamwork during the year 2024. I also thank, Mr. Speaker, the National Democratic Congress, because it is through that machinery, through the party machinery, Mr. Speaker, we are able to contemplate this transformation vision. And it's through that mechanism, Mr. Speaker, I'm able to stand here today representing an NDC government. Mr. Speaker, I also thank my family, my wife who's here with me, and my children, siblings, my mother, for all of their continued support. And I thank, Mr. Speaker, my God, for his amazing grace, his wisdom that he have imparted unto me. And Mr. Speaker, I thank you for allowing me this past 60 minutes to deliberate within this House. Thank you. God bless you.
It happens to all of us. Low on cash and in need of money right away. Play InstaCash Monday to Sunday and there are no draws.
So what you saying? No numbers to choose from?
Nope.
And no draw sessions to wait on?
Nope.
And we can play it anytime and